Welcome to the stream. Today, we're going to show some of the Friday night arcade show. Let's get it started. I'm here. Welcome. And let's go. This is live, so if you're in the live chat, I can talk to you. Chillin' chat formula. Happy Father's Day, everybody.
Galacticon.
Okay, I got a question from Don Juan. Hey, Papa Brad, can you nail down the very best Toplin shooters, the other best shooters from the other companies, and run and gun games like Fixate, Heavy Barrel, Thunder Fox, please? Hey, happy Father's Day to you too, Don Juan. Yeah, let me pull up the iArcade store real quick, and I'll tell you which ones I recommend. It just depends how into that genre you are. I mean, iArcade did a really great job with the entire Toplin library, and it's a lot of games, though. I mean, if I'm to limit it to just my favorites, I would say probably Batsugan, Toplin, Truxton and Truxton 2. I would definitely get Tiger Heli. That's their very first shmup they ever made. And it's got a really good classic feel to it. It's different. Tiger Heli, the bullets the range is shorter. So the way you play it is completely different. Let me pull up iArcade real quick. And I'll tell you which, I'll go by category and I'll tell you what my favorites are. Let's see. It's just going to take 1 second, but I'll gladly answer that for you. Let's see. Make sure you get Heavy Metal Titans. That's free. Doesn't cost anything. Cool game. Just playing a little bit of it this morning. Nix has complete run-throughs of the game. He's ran through it twice on stream. So if you get stuck, just go to Nix, and he has some really great live streams of it. I wonder if I can just share this. Let me try sharing the screen. Share. Let me see. Is it up? Yeah, that's good. It's a little better. Okay. So, hey, Video Game Vegas. Happy Father's Day. Glad you're here. Welcome to the stream, Hollywood Polo. I have a question from Don Juan, and Hollywood Polo knows these games too. He wants to know. First, let's go over the must-have shooters. Look at all the games. They have 355 games. Crazy. It's a lot. Well, first of all, I would say get Space Invaders very first. And Space Invaders Infinity Gene are great. Get those two for sure. Space Invaders will be a unique version that was only made for iArcade, and it's great. I would totally get that first before even the Toplin shmups. And the Toplin shmups, I would say Truxton 2 are must-haves. Tiger Heli's a must-have. You know, you've got a lot of kind of good ones, but I wouldn't say they're. I mean, I love them all, but like you have like Sky Shark is pretty cool. R-Type Leo is really great. R-Type 1 and 2 are good, but they're super hard. So you have to, the difficulty is through the roof on those. In the Hunt is a must-have. I would get Habroxia 2, and I would get Rigid Force Redo for sure. Those are two modern shmups. Habroxia 2 is kind of like you upgrade your ship. It's a pretty cool game. I would recommend getting that one. And a lot of these games you can play emulated. Those would be must-haves. Let's see, other really good. The Game Paradise is great. Space Bomber is great. I mean, they really had a ton of like the shoot 'em up category. Shmup category was very strong. Let me go back to StreamYards. Let's see here. Slap Fight is very good, and Space Bomber. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Tony C. I was gonna. This will be a replay of the Friday Night Arcade, but it's also a live stream. Let's see, Rainwater Games. I have exactly 300 games on my cabinet now. Years of fun enjoying those 300 titles. About 55 I don't have either because they were funded or they did not look very good to me. Yeah, Jeff's on vacation. He's getting his RV fixed. Yeah, Video Game Vegas agrees. The Space Invaders games are amazing. Definitely would not pass on those. Let me go back to the original question. Hopefully I answered your question, Don Juan. Those would be my absolutely have to have Toaplan games, the ones I mentioned. Slap Fight's really good too. Other best shooters, In the Hunt's great. R-Type Leo's great. If you want two modern ones, I would get Rigid Force Redo would be towards the top of the list. Other games that are unique that are on iArcade that are really cool. One game I would recommend that you might not have heard of is Thunder Hoops 2. That game is really fun. It is a run and gun shooter, and it's a total blast. I would recommend that one. Yeah, Omega Fourth likes Asuka and Asuka. The run and gun category. I'm trying to think of what other ones I like. There's probably quite a few, but I would say if I was to put my money into anything, yeah, Thunder Hoops 2 is amazing. I would definitely get all the modern retro games. Just make sure you have all of those. I think that's one of the things that really shined on the iArcade. That means Galacticon, Champions TV, Rigid Force Redo. I'm going to miss a bunch of them. Longhead, Donut Dodo, Sub-Octo's really fun. Like I would say get those unique arcade experiences that you really were unique to iArcade, and you're not going to get those easily through emulation. Video Game Vegas, Tony C. Any other recommendations you'd recommend for Don Juan? I'd appreciate it. Happy Father's Day, everyone. I'm going to get us back to. I'm going to have the games list up too, so I can talk about any games. Yeah, this back to stream. I'm still here. Is the voice level okay versus the video? Yeah. I actually finished Super Perils of Baking. That was a fun game. It took me a long time to finish. I want to say I played that game for like a month. It gets really hard. I think once you get, I think it's level 20 or so, it gets really challenging. So you'll bring. How did I do that? I don't know how I did that. Yeah, don't buy final games when drunk. Good advice. Of course, that's the music from Galacticon. Galacticon is a must-have. Galacticon. I would imagine you got Galacticon already, but that is a must-have game. Galacticon is fantastic. Make sure you, I mean, of course you should have Saturn, but make sure you downloaded it. Champions TV, Rigid Force Redo, Donut Dodo, Operation Thunderbolt, and both those games. Shout out to John Michael and everyone in the iArcade family. Shout out to Video Game Vegas. If you have not checked out his channel, it's incredible. He's amazing. I love his channel. And his comments are next level. The thing about iArcade is, we'll still have our iArcades and all the great games we purchased for it. And soon we'll have the ability to add an awesome control deck. So, I mean, it's sad that we'll be losing new game releases, but that's life, I mean, it is what it is. I think iArcade had a pretty good run. I think they tried to really give us something unique. And I do appreciate everything iArcade has done, I've said it before, I'm really grateful for this community and everything that, friends I've met, it's been a fun ride. It's going to be interesting to see what we get next, Once we get the control panel and we get the single board computer. But if we don't get that, I have an awesome arcade cabinet that has a lot of good games on it, Do not subscribe to Video Game Vegas, definitely go over to his channel, drop him a subscription. He's got great content. Dark Seal at 1 and 2. Like I said, the first thing I would buy is all the modern games. I get all the modern games that you want. Dark Seal 2 I like a bit more than Dark Seal 1. They're both pretty good games. Kind of remind me of like the Golden Axe type game. Arabian Magic is fun. Tony C says, I do feel bad for Jong. It took 100 tries to invent the light bulb.
Hey, everybody.
Yo!
How's everyone doing today? Listen, I just want to get right to this. I don't want to keep anybody waiting. I have something to say. I have some bad news that I have to break to some people out there. And that news is we're not going anywhere. Nothing changes. The iArcade lives forever. What's going on, everybody? What an interesting day. I got 2 beers. One for John, one for Michael. Michael's yours is already empty, but we'll get to John's beer.
Cheers.
Here in a minute. Shout out to both of you. Thank you for bringing us this amazing machine that has brought so much happiness to my life. That has, I've made so many great friends all through the iArcade.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that we're never going to lose.
Absolutely.
But man, what we're about to gain is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Now, I know, with the iArcade, one thing that I always loved is I loved buying.
A little pause. I want to read this from Video Game Vegas. iArcade did something for me that no other home arcade company has done for me. Gave me a real sense that they care and a family experience coming together to play. And that is so important. I agree. Well said. Well said.
And owning licensed games, because when you start messing around with ROMs, you just never know the quality if the game's going to be working. But we're in a totally different world now, people. So we're going to have to take what we can get.
Yep.
And big shout out to Glenn, of course, coming in to save the day and causing some people nightmares because you thought we were gone. But now we're here pretty much forever with an endless supply of games. Damn, my wallet is throwing a party tonight, Steps.
I know.
Hey,
It's
and
like,
I was
go
gonna
ahead,
say,
Steph.
My accountant shot off some streamers.
my first thought was they finally listened. I could have the entire TurboGrafx 16 library on my arcade console.
I was kind of feeling bad until I saw House of the Dead. I was like,
Yeah.
maybe you shouldn't have shown that so quick.
Yeah.
Let me mourn for a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, there's obviously
Yeah.
pros and cons, and you could debate those till the end of the earth. But yeah, I mean, you gotta make lemonade out of lemons, right? So
Hey, we're heading into the Wild West, you know?
Uncharted territory.
And I lived my entire life unpredictable. So I'm ready for any journey that we're about to go on.
That's right.
Was that-
Let's see where it ends up.
Was that a
We're
reference to
moving
tomorrow
forward
night?
without a map. That's what we're doing.
Yes, that is a segue into Steps show tomorrow night. Tell them a little about it, Steps.
Tomorrow night, it's a new show that myself, Papa Brad, and Sosa have started doing. But Sosa's out he's busy working, so I said he was on vacation. So I invited Brooklyn Menace and Nix to join us to play Heated Barrel and possibly Blood Brothers if we have some time, because we're doing a Wild West themed episode. And so first half's going to be iiRcade, second half's going to be Fightcade. We're going to play a bunch of Wild West games, and I'm really excited about it. Every week is going to be a different show, a different theme. You know, eventually we'll get to Atari, and Papa Brad's going to be excited.
Oh, yeah.
Atari's
Jeffrey's
my jam
calling
too.
me
I
a
love
mensch.
Atari.
That's a good thing in Yiddish. I'm
In
Jewish,
Yiddish?
Jeffrey, so I know. My grandmother didn't call me that. She used to say gay cockin' offen yum, whatever that means. I think get the hell out of here. Or...
Holeta.
Video Game Vegas says iiRcade is on the next leg of an amazing journey. I agree. I'm looking forward to what's going to happen next. We'll have to wait and see.
That's what my grandmother said, and I think it's Polish for like die of the plague or something.
So we still have Game Fight going on.
Yes.
Okay. We have to get to this tonight. Let's click this real quick. You see the Game Fight stuff. That can wait.
Right. Who's gonna take home the gold?
Now the summer games, we may
Stay
need
with
to
you.
speed that up a little bit because I don't know if week 3 is happening. I had some good ideas for the summer games to keep it going for at least like a month, but I don't think we're gonna make it that long. So let's
Didn't he say it
enjoy
may
tonight.
stay? It
Yeah,
may
let's
stay.
enjoy tonight.
It may stay up.
We don't
right?
know. We still, like I said, Steps. We're heading into uncharted
Uncharted territory.
We don't know.
Territory, no
Is
map.
the person to person going to work? Are our iiRcade's going to explode in a week? Are we all going to throw them in the trash with cuddles? We don't know, but we're going to see what's going to happen. And we will be here every week, still doing the same thing, still enjoying our games and enjoying everyone's company. We got 38 people hanging out with us tonight. Brad, would you like to say hi to everybody?
Oh, absolutely.
And here we go.
Welcome to the chat. Sonic Night Watcher, Ritual Dello, Tony C, good to see you. Mike Cock Hurts. Oh my goodness. Maiden
All the
Canada,
time.
welcome to the stream. Sacro, welcome to the stream. Brother Bill. Of course, we got Mitchell B here. We got Sosa Fam Bam Bam, Lord Sosa himself in the chat. Mitchell B, Jeffrey Shev, Rainwater Games to die for. Let's see.
Oh, like a mother.
Carlo.
Like a mother.
Yep. Kevin Clausen, Paul Barnes, Goofyfoot. We got Mikey J Productions in the chat. MJP. And Miami Tiger Arcade. Welcome to the show.
Should I?
And I'm going to say welcome to Don Juan, Tony C, Rainwater Games, Video Game Vegas, who has an amazing new channel. Check him out and subscribe. I'll put a link up for him. And to all the other people that are watching, Omega Fourth, Hollywood Polo. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it.
Change all the eyes
also-
for the show members to little tombstones.
I have a question, Brooklyn. Is
Oh.
iArcade going out of business? Is it going to affect any of your enjoyment of the games you already have?
No,
Excluding
see,
playing them online. Obviously, you know,
See, people
That could
don't
go away.
listen. They listen whenever we say something bad or do something bad. That they listen to. But whenever
that's magnified a
whenever we do something
1,000%.
good, or
Yeah.
we've literally made this point. I don't know. I think I've said it countless times, probably on this show on the iArcadians. We have, as long as the games don't disappear off my iArcade, like how the hell am I going to get through over 300 games? If I did a video of one game a day, that would still be over a year.
3 years
You
worth
know?
of content. Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, we just enjoy playing these together. There's
Yeah.
definitely going to be some changes, but we will adapt. I'll definitely miss leaderboards, but you know, we'll figure that out. We'll figure a
We can still
workaround to
post- We
that.
can still post
Yeah.
scores. Absolutely. We can still do that.
But I'm just really happy that Glenn's deck is going to see the light of day,
Mhm.
and that he's going to have it where you could switch over, because
Yeah.
I'm 100% honest. I would not do something where I would completely mod it into only like ROMs, because then it's not an iArcade anymore.
I
want
like
the
I like
original
that he's saying we could just switch back
stock.
and forth, you know,
Yeah.
between playing all those classic
Yes.
games. Imagine playing Centipede on iArcade, or you know,
Donkey Kong.
Dig Dug with a 4-way gate with perfect controls. Donkey Kong, it's all possible. It's all going to be
That's a good one.
possible.
Yeah, we're gonna
TurboGrafx
have-
16.
TurboGrafx,
TurboGrafx 16.
He
Yes.
he mentioned
Gonna be
Dreamcast today too, so we're gonna have
Dreamcast.
He was playing the Dreamcast
boatload of games
version
to
of
play.
the House of the Dead 2. It looked like, so you know Dreamcast is going to work.
You see, if
House of the Dead?
if you're
Where?
watching out there, I can't tell you how many times, you know, we talk about the show and about things we can do. We're all huge fans of our at games. We
Yeah.
play the pinball games. We discuss strategies on that.
And it
We're
plays
constantly
ROMs.
on our
They call
Legends.
it bring your own games, but you're basically playing emulated ROMs.
The only thing that ever held the Legends from being featured on this show is the
No
fact that it
HDMI
didn't have
out.
the HDMI out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No way
if
to
it
stream
had
it.
that HDMI out, it would have been
better
part
believe
of the
it.
show.
Is this
Sure.
show becoming the Friday night at game show?
No, but
No.
No. Okay.
it'll be the Friday night arcade show.
Arcade.
It'll be like,
show.
this is
Oh,
where
look at
it's
that, arcades.
at, you know, for at games stuff.
This is
you
where
know?
it's at.
You should
we
just
got it
keep
figured
the,
out.
you should keep the 2 eyes in the name. That Friday.
I
has
can
to
tell
say.
you one thing. This is not becoming the Arcade 1-Up show, because I'm not buying any more cabinets, and I'll get through the 10 games I have in the combination of cabinets in one night, and we'll be bored. So
Well, it's not that.
Don't
It's
worry,
just the fact
it's
you
not-
can't hook
we
that
got
up
plenty of
either
people
to
doing Arcade
HDMI.
1-Up stuff.
Can't stream that either. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's another issue. But even if you could, like, what are we going to do? Play the same exact
Bad
game?
game.
Well, you're
Cadians.
limited. I
I
agree.
like
I
that,
agree with you
Carlo.
there. It is
At
limited.
Game Cadians.
You're limited to the games that are on it.
Yeah,
I
it
love
just
at
gets-
games, by the
it
way.
gets boring after a while.
Mhm.
So, yeah, the at games was always a contender to be featured in the show.
Yeah,
It
we
still
all
is,
have that.
But
Except
with
for
no
Steps, we all
HDMI
have
out,
games.
it's just not going to happen. Because even recently, as
She's
just the other
looking
day
at
when
at
we were
games.
talking about the Cactus Jack
Mhm.
table, and Nick, you had mentioned like we should be playing these against each other,
Yeah.
like do a pinball
That'd be
segment.
nice
I was
to be
like,
able
yeah,
to
that'd
do
be
it
great.
online.
But the pain in the ass of doing that is setting up the camera.
Multiple cameras on each pinball. On pinball,
Because even if you
lot
put
to
a
it.
camera directly over your pinball machine, because I've
You need
tried it, and you
scoreboard.
film it, try to stream that where people that are watching it on their cell
Can
phones
see it properly.
can see it. If you're not watching it
Too
on like a
small.
60-inch screen, you're not even going to see what's going on in the game. So that's
the
the
only-
the
problem
only-
with
the
that.
only other
The
thought I
at
had-
games is not going to have HDMI out. The 4K will not. I've already asked them
Yeah,
that
the only
question
other way you
directly.
do it is you stream directly to YouTube from it like you can, and then
I've
you have
done
to,
that too.
Yeah, then you have to take the window and put it in your streaming software, and there'll be lag, right? I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
To try to do that because it'll be delayed.
Probably like a year and a half, 2 years ago, I did a few little shows. It was called One More Credit, and I would sometimes stream right through the ad games, but it was like it was hit or miss. It would be streaming and then it would just stop. So then I started doing it through my Pandora's box because I was able to set that down right in front of me. I would go right through the M Classic to fix the perspective and play games through
What's happening,
that on
T?
that show.
Welcome to the show.
But with the iArcade, once I ran the HDMI out from that, I was like, here we go. We're ready to go.
Easy,
yeah.
Plug
Every
and
week
play. Go.
we got new games coming. It's exciting.
Brooklyn, you know what I was asked today? And we really owe this to the community. People have asked me, new owners that just got iArcades, what are the 10 games I need to get right now before the store goes? Okay, this is going to be specifically for Don Juan, who I know is right here now watching. I think right now we're going to tell you these are the games that we think are like at the top of the top, like you need to get. So here we go. Away.
That's
Not
I think we,
versus,
I think we need to. We
Name one-
joke
name
about
one game on
Bears.
score.
I'm sure you already got Batsugan, but yeah, needless to say, Batsugan. Like there are certain Toplin shmups that on this cab are just next level. Like you want to get those ones that we mentioned.
Around
Let's
the
get
circle.
serious
One game and around the
and
circle.
let's really nail down some top titles because once the store's gone, you're not going to be able to pick them up. And
I'm
this
gonna
is
say
important. We do it
Mayhem
tonight.
Brawlers. See, the reason why I'm gonna say certain titles is most of the modern ones is because those are ones that you're not gonna be able to get to play on an arcade elsewhere. You can pretty much find almost all of these games if you wanted through
who
other
agrees
methods.
that the modern games should be the first ones you pick? I'm going to put it out there. I love retro games, but there's millions of ways to play retro games.
I'm gonna say Rigid Force Redo.
I'll get one. Let's go around. So it's not one person.
Wizard
Okay,
of Walls.
Wizard of Walls.
is the top.
Steps.
That's got to be on there.
Galaxy of Champions TV.
Satrin, but
Yeah,
we already
Twin
have-
Stick
Saturn's
shooters.
free Donut Dodo.
Yeah.
Donut
Yeah,
Dodo for sure.
100%. I
Space
played
Invaders.
Donut Dodo
Space
on the
Invaders.
iArcade. I played it on the Evercade, and
I'll pause it right here. Tengai, you need to get. It's great. Siggy is a good one to get. It's cheap and it's really fun. Pretty much all those are good games, Don Juan. I mean, there's no losers in that list. Yeah, it's a good list.
and there's no comparison. It's
You need-
not nearly as fun playing it.
Here's
right
why
now.
you
everyone
need-
should
you
get
need to
Space
explain-
Invaders
yes, exactly.
because
You
Space
need to explain
Invaders is a unique version that you could only play on the iArcade, and it's the best version ever made of the
Which will
game.
make it rare because you're not going to play it anywhere else.
Even
but
for
the arcade.
reselling it, you want to
Yeah.
have Space Invaders on it.
It's like,
you know,
what is it, $7?
it's real. It's not much.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
The
Goofy
Space
Foot,
Invaders
yeah.
Infinity Gene is really good too, and that's
Yeah.
a more modern version, and that gets
Definitely
great.
pick that one up.
get both
I
Space
agree.
Invaders Goofy Foot's
titles.
right. All the modern retro games you should pick up.
Galacticon.
Galacticon. Wow, absolutely. Galacticon.
Ninja Baseball Batman. Don't miss out on that one.
Good
Oddmar,
one.
Kevin Clausen
Warrior
just put it in the
Blade,
chat.
which was
Warrior
lovingly.
Blade.
I mean, that was really they did a lot to get it the way it is on iArcade.
Yeah.
Warrior
That's
Blade.
gonna be
Warrior Blade, even though it's a retro game, because you're never gonna find it in its proper perspective
And
like that.
emulated
you can get
so
that
well.
elsewhere, but it's always stretched.
It's
never-
stretched and it's wow.
You're not
it's
gonna
as
find
good.
it that way.
Galacticon, yeah, we said that one. But the modern retro games, pick them up. I mean, those are the ones I would say get because a lot of the games you could play through emulation.
Did you
Yeah,
guys say
that's what
Longhead?
should guide you. The emulation.
Longhead's a good one.
And
Guys,
and
we need help renaming the iArcadians brand. What should we be called? The Glen Arcadians now?
The
These
Glencadians.
are all just jokes, but you can, if you want to put
the
some in the chat, just
Glencadians.
have fun. Go ahead.
The Piracy
the
Cadians.
Glenadians. The Glenadians. There you go. The Glenadians.
I plan on being the buzzed Arcadian pretty soon. So.
The
Buzz.
Yeah.
Pyracadians.
Now we will have DOA too. Yeah, if they do Dreamcast, we'll get DOA
USCBS.
too.
Well, you see, that's the
CBS
thing. Like
too.
that's going to open the door for plus peripheral support, most likely with that switcher. You switch over, and then you can add your flight stick and
I didn't
steering
see
wheel,
it.
possibly.
I didn't see a steering wheel. He showed
No,
one.
no,
yet,
that's what the add-ons you can add to this.
The hacker
controller.
Arcadians.
Yeah, the hacking
That's what he said.
Cadians.
It's not out yet, but
The ROM Arcadians.
Glenn said that you can add.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to answer this. I mean, once the store is closed, any games on your machine, unless you delete them, they'll stay on your machine. It won't affect like you being able to play the games. Now, you won't be able to play online, and you won't have leaderboards once iArcade, the company, is gone. But as far as playing the games on the cabinet, they'll still be there, and you'll still be able to play them. That's a good question, T.
All that stuff in the future. He's working all that because you got those 3 slots at the front where you can.
The thing that's really underrated that not many people here are talking about is that Akari Warriors stick. I think that looks like a blast. I want to play
cool.
That's gonna
Akari.
be
One of
cool.
the first things I want to play is Akari Warriors now. I'm like, damn, Akari Warriors. Guerrilla War. You know, those old SNK games are great.
Steps, gotta tell everybody how stupid I am. So, you know, the iArcade put up that like kind of like somber and cryptic, you know, just the basic graphic and their little statement. So you know, and of course everyone immediately.
I'll pause it right there too. A little thing I want to say about, you know, we had no idea that announcement was going to happen, that iArcade was going to declare bankruptcy and do all that. You know, we thought they were just going to have an announcement. We were not anyway like made aware that was going to happen. So we were really surprised. And you know, when the announcement was what it was, and we have specifically said, you know, we really didn't want to know everything before it was going to happen. And so we were really as surprised as everyone else was with, you know, the announcement that iArcade was basically going out of business and going to declare bankruptcy. But we had no heads up at all.
Went to negative. I like, you know, that's it. This is it. And I'm so stupid that I spun it to be a positive way. So I wish I can pull up what I wrote, because I figured, let me type it out. So when I'm right, I could say, look, I said this earlier. Well, I was wrong. Well, let's get that. That's number one. But let me try to think about what I said. I said, Michael always, whenever you watch Game Days, Michael always did like little spins on the title, right?
Yeah.
So, and it was always like something that you would figure out. So when it's like the title was an arcade console, number one, they always called it an arcade console. So then it was like the complexities. What was it? The complexities of what? Of something in the description?
Of running
Of
an
the
arcade
arcade
console
consoles?
like that.
Oh, the
Creating-
complexities of a simple concept.
Yeah, that was it.
So here's how my brain deciphered that. I was like, I know what it is. So they're saying an arcade console. So they're going to release a console game, and it's easy to learn but hard to master.
Yeah, yeah.
Boy,
yeah.
was I wrong.
See,
That's-
I did a video where I said that I thought.
See, I learned a long time ago with iArcade. I mean, I did not make speculation stuff in general, because you could never predict what iArcade was going to do. So I tried, you know, after a few times, I stopped speculating, because it was impossible to speculate what direction they were going to go.
Thought they're going to release a console that hooks up to the TV, and only because they said they were sticking around. They kept insisting they had something
Yeah.
big planned.
Hey, can you pull up
But
that?
And I told
but-
Steps, I said,
but
don't release that. Don't
release
do
it.
it.
But I
Don't do
sent
it.
you, but
Hey,
I sent
Brooklyn.
you a message late last night, and I said, "Look, I went back to the thing. I saw that they put the
Gotta pull
complexities,
up that
and I
chat.
go, I have a bad feeling about this, Brad." And that was that. So I'm glad that you talked me
Yeah.
out of it, because once I saw that, I go,
Hey, here's a talking point here from Mike Hawkers here. Selling iRcade is not wise. If you unlink it from your account, it is useless to new buyer. But if you keep it paired, you are leaving your account vulnerable with new owners. All right, what do you think about that?
Well,
They can't
what
add
I
or
would do
subtract
is
games to it once the
I
store's
would just
gone, though. It won't be a
delete your
store.
credit card information off
Yeah.
of the store, and then
Yeah, because you can't purchase anything once
There
the
will be no
servers are down.
store.
There,
So, I mean,
there won't be
what
no
can
store.
they
And really,
do?
the app really shouldn't work
yeah,
anymore
technically it
because
doesn't really
yeah,
matter. But
it
Doesn't really
shouldn't.
matter once it's. But you know,
if you just want to play it safe,
Well, we'll see because we're keeping our cabinets. We'll see what happens once it does go down. We
yeah.
can
So
look
you
at
have
the
to
app.
understand.
I'll
I
always
would
love
I would
all my
we'll check it
arcades.
out.
I would have kept my
I got so many
cabinet
games
if
I love on
the
'em.
if the only thing that was on it was Dragon's Lair, because that was the original reason that I bought it, because Arcade One Up had advertised they were going to put out a Dragon's Lair. I was like, oh, finally I'll be able to like play this game and not put $1,000 into it and not get past the first level. I can just figure it out. And it just disappeared and they never brought it out. Arcade comes around, they got the Dragon's Lair cabinet. I was like, yep, I want it now. So
Yeah, Dragon
I
Slayer
got
got me to fire the trigger on it.
and then my gold was, I couldn't pass. Number one, I couldn't pass up on the gold, which I'm so happy to this day that I didn't. And the Space Invaders design.
Yeah, gold's going to be a collectible. I mean, they didn't sell that many of them apparently, so I mean, it's going to be more
I think
valuable.
they're all going to be collectible at this point, because anytime when you can't get something anymore, that's when people want it.
Yeah, it makes it more rare,
Yeah, I
mean,
just made that post on my community post. I go, the Dragon's Lair New Waves toys is still in insane demand.
mhm.
Because it is, because you can't get it, and everybody and their
It
brother
is.
wants it. It's like $500 on eBay. It's like, no.
And that's the thing too. Depending on how well you take care of your cabinet will determine the value. As there is limited number now, they're not making any more. 10,000, and then people are throwing them out. Sorry, Cuddles. And
Brad's is the most valuable because he has every game on it.
Yeah, I have every game on it. On
yeah,
all
there
of
you go.
mine.
See,
On
that's
all
the
of
other.
mine
That's
have
the
every
other.
game on
That's
it.
the other thing too. The game library that's on it is also going to determine its value. And not only that, especially the gold owners that have the signature of Jong and the CEO and all that stuff on there. Like you've got something that's
As just part
I
of
have
a
that.
collection
Not
of
many have it,
arcades in my home. I mean, I literally can go to it and play every Toplin game. That alone would have
yes,
made
it's a
it like
defunct collectible, Miami.
for me that would have made it like amazing, but it won't affect my enjoyment of it down the road. Now, new
I still
owners,
love it.
I would say pick up the modern retro games, because those you want to have, and you can't really play those. I mean, a lot of those games are unique experience on iRcade.
I'll have to send you my game list, Brad, of
Mm-hmm.
my 110 or whatever, and you could tell me if there's anything I could get for a few dollars to add. But what's tonight? What are the games tonight? I got the volleyball.
So
What else
tonight
is-
we're gonna be doing goal.
Okay,
All
got
right,
that.
we got championship USA championship volleyball.
Got that.
Hoops 96.
Got
and then we
that.
have Bang Bead. That
Bang
you may
Bead.
not have. Bang
I don't
Bead,
have that. What is that?
Bang Bead is imagine like a faster paced Windjammers, but you have these crystals that are floating behind you. And it's almost like a fighting game. And the thing is like you're hitting this ball or back and forth. And if it gets by your opponent,
Okay, I'm going to answer this question live right now. Up till Wednesday, you can delete a game and then re-download it. As long as the store is active, you can do that. So, you can delete a game and re-download it. I would recommend downloading all the games you own onto your cab. Like, do that like soon, like before Wednesday. I would say have it done by Tuesday just to be safe, because they didn't say when on Wednesday. Video Game Vegas has something he put up. That's why I own 3 iRcade cabs. the amazing business model that allows you to buy the game once and put it on all your systems. That's the way it should be. And that's what I love. Like literally having multiple iiRcades. When I bought a game, you would literally see the game pop up in each machine. And that was a strength. And you basically could curate your own arcade cab with just the games that you love on it. And to me, that was always a strength of iiRcade, is that you can meticulously pick the specific games that you love. Like if you love shooter games, shmups, you could get mostly shmups on it. If you loved run and gun games, you could pick those games, you know. If you wanted, you know, but I thought that was actually a strength of iiRcade. After Wednesday, you will not be able to delete and re-download it, and that is 100% correct. So basically, you want to get all your games downloaded onto your machine. Sometimes you have to go into the app and delete it from there's a My Games in the iiRcade. On the iiRcade website, you go into that and you go to your machine and you delete it from there, and then it will be able to you'll be able to re-download it. That's also what you do if a game won't update. You just go to the game, you delete it, and then re-download it. Let's see, Video Game Vegas. I don't know if this is ever mentioned, but I think people should also update any games that need updates as well. Absolutely. Update all your games. And like I said, most games, like when you enter them, it'll tell you, do you want to update? And you can just press A or whatever and it will update. Now, if that doesn't work, you go to the iiRcade and then you select your machine, and there it lists all the games that you own, and you delete the game and then you just re-download it and you'll get the newest version. Tony C is a big fan. He wants that fireplace screensaver. I did like the fireplace screensaver. It was very cool. Then we'd be stuck in Christmas all year. But the fireplace was a really cool screensaver. Yeah, P-Dubs mentioned that yesterday. And I think we mentioned it too on our shows. So let's continue.
It hits their crystals, they disappear. And then you have like some special moves and stuff that you can build up. So you want to take out all their crystals, and then that opens up the force field behind them. And then if you hit it past them, you win the round.
Okay, it's a Visco game. All right.
Yeah, and then you have all these kind of like
$5.99.
creative characters, very, like I said, very fighting game type, mix with the sports element.
Can you pull up
Citizen Love
one of your
Christmas.
one of your shills, Old Man Kaiju? Can you pull up his list? He has a very strong list for someone that
Sure.
kind of likes to mix the retro with a lot of the modern.
Actually,
He has a really good list, actually. That is a fantastic list. Those are all games I love on my machine, and
Bring
he is
it
a
up.
shill member.
Yeah.
Operation Wolf and Thunderbolt, so you can play it when you get the new Glenn's control panel. Wizard of Walls. Saturn was free, but get it on your machine now. Rangok Skies, Ninja Baseball Batman, Oddmore, Space Invaders, and Space Invaders Infinity Gene, Galacticon, Raising Hell, Dragon's Lair, Space Ace, Dragon's Lair 2, and Space Ace.
Yeah.
And I agree, like if you're a fan of those Laserdisc games, get them on iiRcade. They're great.
Yeah.
I mean,
and they're not going to be making
what
any
you're a
retro
fan of.
knockout cabs, Ranger. Those aren't coming.
You have to think.
This is Papa Brad with a special Walk and Sock Retro Gaming Edition. Today I'll be on the look for... I'll put a little pause here. I purposely did not immediately make a reaction video to after the stream where we found out it was going to be the end of iiRcade. I took a little time to kind of process it, and I made this walk and talk, but this basically sums up my feelings about the whole thing. I mean, iiRcade gave me a lot of good times, and I'll still have all the great games that I love. And I want to show this. This is basically my opinion of iiRcade going bankrupt and what the future of iiRcade looks like. Or an Atari 2800. Wish me luck. Oh wait, I got the wrong video. Hold on. That's the wrong one. Let me pull up the right one. That's not it. I thought I had the right one pulled up. That's my Atari one. Let's see. I guess I don't have it. I must have put it somewhere else. Well, anyway, I have a walk and sock where I talk about what happened with the live stream. Darn it, I thought I had it saved. I guess I don't. I'm going to get that. I'll get that and I'll put that on in a minute. Let me just go back to this. I think
Like
I'll
this
download
point,
that.
and we've said
Like,
this so
really
many times.
think about what you want.
We all, like everyone here on this panel, we all love arcade games, and we'll buy an
Yeah,
arcade
I did too.
and spend a lot more, you know,
Yeah,
or
we're huge
close to
fans
what
of
we
the
did
games.
on our iiRcades,
1
if not
second.
more, to get like 10 games. You know, and everything I bought, I've never sold any of the cabinets I bought. I filled up my space, so stuff like the iiRcade, having that feeling like every week it's just exciting, and watching it like grow and become like almost like a new cabinet every week
Yeah,
was exciting and a lot of fun.
yeah.
Yeah, I can walk over just to the left of it and I got thousands of games, you know, through CoinOps X.
Yeah.
But I still always find the iiRcade to be my favorite place to play games.
They really
Still today,
curated the
even with
games well too.
Even with the bad news today, the first thing I
Yeah.
did when I got home to
arcade.
wind down, I pop it on, you know.
Oh yes, and Heavy
Yeah.
Metal Titans is going to be the last game
Absolutely.
When's that
released
coming
for
out?
Run
arcade.
some
Well, soon, hopefully. Sooner rather than later. I'm not
throwing
too
some
sure.
trucks
They're working
into
on it. They're
Batsugan.
working on it.
Yeah. I saw some posts that Glenn's deck's not expected till October, November. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I pre-order it, they're gonna charge
Nope.
me in October when it
No.
ships.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that real quick. Okay, I just got it. These were my, Video Game Vegas said, Papa Brad, I had to process as well. I got choked up during that iiRcade live stream. Yeah, and the one thing that you'll notice I did not do a thumbnail with a tombstone on it. And because I really don't think, it's not dead. It's going to be repurposed, I mean, am I disappointed that we're not going to get new games on it? Of course, I mean, I think the modern retro games was probably my favorite thing. I was disappointed, but it's not the end of the world, there are tons of things that I love that are dead systems, like Atari, for example. And I want to show this real quick. We're going to switch to this. Papa Brad coming at you with a home arcade walk and stock. End of the iiRcade. Let's get it started. And I agree. That is the exact word. Thomas B's hitting the nail on the head. For me, it's bittersweet, I mean, am I excited about being able to put pretty much any game on the iiRcade and play with the great sound, the nice screen, and the awesome controls? Yeah, I mean, but will I miss, bi-weekly or weekly live streams and the potential of new games coming on the iiRcade? Of course I will. I mean, that's just being honest, So today's walk and talk is to talk about iiRcade's last live stream, announcing that they'll be filing for bankruptcy. The company is going to be over. However, the good news is that people will still be having fun on their iiRcades with a new control deck that Glenn is going to make. So there was some bad and some good. So iiRcade announced today that they will be going out of business. They'll be declaring bankruptcy. So what that means is if you have an iiRcade, download all your games right now to your system. Every game you've purchased, get it on there. When the system goes down, you'll still have all your games. No one can take your purchased games away from you. So go ahead and grab all those games. Get them downloaded. Also, for the upcoming week, there are games that you really wanted, that you've been sleeping on. You might want to get them so you can have them on the machine. I would recommend the modern ones most of all, because with the older ones, there are ways to emulate them. I'm very thankful for the 2.5 years that I've had the iiRcade. I've constantly been adding cool new games, improving the system. I think Jong had a good dream, and he swung for the fences. I think having it be where you could play iiRcade anywhere, right on your phone, been an amazing improvement. Would have brought a lot of new people to the platform, and he took a risk. He swung for the fences, and unfortunately, it was a swing and a miss. But they had a good run. iiRcade going out of business will not affect my enjoyment of my iiRcades, which have all the games I love installed on them. I will always play shooters on the iiRcade, and that's something that I'll love having in my arcade permanently. So that's good news. Yeah, and I'll pause it right there. I mean, if money is no object, I would say buy the entire Toplin library on iiRcade. They did an amazing job with that particular library of games. But if not, just cherry pick them, pick the top ones. But as a pure shooter and shmup cab, I mean, I don't see the iiRcade ever being toppled. Being able to buy the actual officially licensed games, shooters, it's fantastic. I mean, for what it was, they really did an amazing job. I just want to highlight that before we continue. And that's why in Game Fight on the Friday Night Arcade Show, which is still going to continue on Friday nights, so will the iiRcadians. We're not going anywhere. We're still going to be around. We're going to change some things, but we're still going to be around. And we're not changing our name either. The sad news is there will be no new games until you mod it and put on Glenn's deck, at which time it's basically unlocked. Let me rewind that. Until you mod. Let's take a look. This is Glenn's new deck. This is the picture. Let's see if I can get me on it with it. There we go. I mean, look at that control deck. That's going to be amazing. 2 push-pull spinners. You've got, I did the mod to get the gate switcher. I can tell you the gate switcher is amazing. You might want to get Burger Time, because playing Burger Time with a perfect 4-way gate, it's amazing. So if you're playing, I would say if you're planning on getting the control deck, you might want to get Burger Time, And like Thomas is saying here, seriously, don't wait till Wednesday to download any games and do updates. Because what if they get overloaded with everyone doing that on Wednesday? I know I work at a school, and when it comes report card time, they get flooded. I mean, they just get overloaded. So I would say handle upgrading your games and start finalizing the games that you want to have on the machine permanently. The GRS gate switcher is great. And this is coming from T. McCloskey, who does not have an iiRcade, but is using it on his own custom do-it-yourself arcade cabinet. And after having the gate switcher, I'll never go back. You have perfect 4-way and then perfect 8-way controls with a touch of a button. So, yeah, Burger Time's going to be great with the gate. I always switch to the 4-way gate, or they had these little plastic things you could get before, but I would say get Glenn's solution is the best way if you want to have a good 4-way gate. T. McCloskey also has the GRS spinner, and it too is so smooth. Yeah, these are the push-pull spinners. So, I mean, the thing to think about is not only are you still going to have your iiRcade, from what Glenn said, you're just going to have a switch, and you'll be able to imagine the build that Glenn is going to do to use all of his cool controls. I mean, you got the volcano buttons, the gate switcher. I have this exact trackball in my Centipede my Arcade 1-Up Centipede, and it's beautiful. It works fantastic. Like, you would never go back to the stock. His quality level has been super high from all the products I've gotten from Glenn. So this is actually, like I said, bittersweet. Thomas nailed the word. Bittersweet is what this is. Got it and put on Glenn's deck, at which time it's basically unlocked. Becomes like a bring your own game multicade. Essentially giving you some of the benefits that games would have with your iArcade, which is good. I think that'll be good. I mean, I'm looking forward to playing Crazy Climber on my iArcade, playing a bunch of classic arcade games. It's gonna be a blast. The good controls, especially with Glenn's gate switcher, that could be a real winning combination. And I already put in an order for Glenn's new control deck. So I'm optimistic about GRS working with the existing iArcades that are out there. Listen to Michael B. He said there's about 10,000 units out there. And that's quite a few. And, I'll enjoy what I have. I'm thankful for everything that Jong and Michael and the people at iArcade have brought to me. They brought me amazing cabinets, 2 different designs. They brought me 355 great games that I love. Not everyone's great, but there's some real great games in there. And them going out of business will not affect my enjoyment of owning the cab in my arcade at all. Yeah, the iArcade accomplished a lot in a short period of time. And for that, I'm going to acknowledge them for the amazing things that they did in the short period of life that they had as a company. Dreamcast is dead, but I love Dreamcast. I still play Dreamcast all the time. My Atari systems that I love. It's a dead console, but does it make me not enjoy playing Asteroids or Space Invaders or Yar's Revenge? No, I feel the same way as 100% the truth about iArcade. iArcade delivered something great. They raised the bar for all the home arcade companies, and for that I will always be grateful. iArcade to me was always about John following his dream to build a great home arcade console, and he did it. It was great. I've loved owning it. It's been great. Now with GRS coming on board, one weakness people always said was, oh, but if they only had this game, if they only had that game. Well, now you can put any game on it. That's what the GRS is going to open up. Any game with amazing controls on a well-built cabinet. It's not a complete loss. Of course, I would have loved for iArcade to continue getting new games, but that's just not in the cards. So, you know what? Just because you lose a hand doesn't mean you stop playing the game. And I'm gonna keep playing the game. I'm gonna get dealt new cards. How do I feel about iArcade announcing they're filing for bankruptcy? It's bittersweet. I mean, the sweet part is we'll be getting Glenn's control deck, which will open up the iArcade to pretty much playing any game. It's gonna be amazing. Imagine playing Crazy Climber and Robotron on your well-built iArcade machine. Or, any of the other games that could use a 4-way gate switcher, you'll be able just to instantly use those controls. It's going to be a fantastic multicade once you mod it. The fact you can go back and forth between the original iArcade games and a multicade, it's a pretty big win. But, losing Jong, Michael, losing new modern retro titles coming to the console, the iArcade, that hurts. That hurts. They had done an amazing job. I feel like the past year they've put out some of the best titles, Saturn, Galaxy Champions TV, Donut Dodo, Sub-Octo, Longhead. These are games I'll always keep coming back to. I mean, they're great. They're great games. And that's why the iiRcades, plural, always be part of Papa Brad's home arcade. The Papacade is going to always have a spot for an iiRcade. And, having a souped up iiRcade with a really awesome control panel, that's gonna be good. As far as Papa Brad's gaming, yeah, I like the iiRcade, and I'll continue to like it. Just cause it's a dead company, a dead system, doesn't mean I'm not gonna like it. I will miss Jong and Michael doing live streams. I'll miss the excitement of not knowing what game is going to drop each week. This has been Papa Brad reminding you to stay legit. So anyway, that gives you charged me today. A little bit of my
I
perspective.
think they put a hold, and
Yeah,
then the
it's a
Was
hold.
that a
the
hold? Okay, I didn't know. I saw it was
Yeah,
on
and
my thing.
then the hold will disappear after 3 days, and then they'll charge you when it ships.
Oh,
That's
okay.
usually what happens.
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't aware how it worked.
Yeah.
And then later on, once
That was-
once he gets his goal, then he'll be developing the SBC. He said, so,
Yeah.
and that'll be available probably a little bit later. What did he say? Like late third quarter into the fourth quarter.
Who changed their name to the At Games Cadians? Is that Carlo? Did you change your name? Very few of the games are not in CoinOps X. Yeah, but they run better on the iiRcade. I have CoinOps X. There's no
Michael was
comparison.
making a point that he's saying that they charge now.
And I got
mean,
the
they
awesome
charge
sauce
money
build.
for the manufacturing. So,
Oh, okay.
but you can. Yeah, Glenn did mention that you can, like, if you changed your mind right up until before the point
Yeah.
that it ships, you can cancel.
Yeah, because
Yep.
that's how they. I'm not going to change my mind. I want it, man. Let's go. Let's roll.
'Cause that's
Oh,
also
yeah.
going to be rare too, right?
See, I'm
Yeah.
confused. I thought he said that they were he doesn't charge you for anything till it ships. But maybe that changed. Who knows?
Well, they got to make them, so they have to,
Yeah.
it's
get the
it's
capital
Shout
to
out to
do that.
Michael in the chat. Thank you for bringing us all these amazing games.
Hey,
Yeah,
Michael.
Michael, thank you.
I'm
Michael,
gonna.
like,
It's
I'm
always
not worried
gonna be
about
part of my
Michael.
home arcade.
Michael's gonna do big
Oh,
things.
he's gonna do great. He's gonna go
Yeah.
on and do something even probably bigger.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was amazing.
Gotta love the business world.
Yeah.
And
Michael's
shout
right.
out to iiRcade. They swung for the fences. I mean, they thought big. Jong had a big dream. And they went for it. And I respect that.
Just a series of unfortunate events.
Hmm.
We're gonna
Yeah,
watch
I
a movie
get-
now.
Like
Something that's out of
everyone,
your control. Yeah.
yeah. It depends on who you ask, but like I said, like they were just in a position where I really don't think anything that they could have done would have satisfied everybody every
No.
week. There was just always that, these people are happy, those people aren't. It's just how it was.
Well, I mean, they said they're going out of business, and like all these people are still asking for stuff. It's like they're going out of business.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but that was announced
really.
today. People are still doing that.
I understand the
Oh, man.
business world is lame. That's why I'm here on the game side. Like I never, I have
hear you, Michael.
direct contact to John all the time and
I hear
Michael.
Yeah.
Like Michael could probably confirm in the chat. I never asked these dudes for anything. I never
absolutely.
asked them like what's coming up. I don't want to know anything. I just like to enjoy it as a fan of
And
the system.
Just to
And
further
be as
that
surprised as
too,
everybody
none of us knew this announcement was happening today. Not one of us knew.
None of us.
None of
Exactly.
us knew that any of this.
I think
was
we
gonna
made
happen.
that
We
clear
were as
earlier,
shocked.
Brad, with my statement.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
as anybody with we had no idea. they
Well,
were
you
gonna
guys
be
are
going
true
out of
warriors,
business.
man. You fought to the last man. You did it. You held out until you
I mean-
couldn't hold out any longer, and you had no choice. I understand that. It's business.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's how it
You
goes.
can't
I mean,
how
say
it goes.
anything either. Sometimes you gotta be
way
quiet.
bigger businesses have gone under,
Yeah.
ones that you would never think that rake in so much money every day, but that's just the world we live in.
Yep.
So you never know. So if you have a company that puts out a product that you enjoy, just enjoy it because you never know when it's gonna end.
I know.
And I could say that we all enjoyed it every week, like the excitement.
Every almost every day I would play
You
my
know.
Yes, we did.
arcade, something on it.
And that's part of the reason why
It's a great product.
what I liked about not knowing, because knowing kind of takes the surprise away, and that was
Does.
part of the fun.
Yeah, I love those streams, those surprise streams. The one more thing. It was
Yes.
very engaging. Absolutely.
I'm gonna say one more thing at the end of the show tonight, and then reveal.
Oh, the
new
one more
logo,
thing,
the
one more
Friday
thing.
night arcade 1-up show.
Friday night arcade one-up show. We'll be playing Big Blue for
4
Infinity.
hours.
We did that last Saturday on my
4
show.
hours of my 2-player Pong machine coming to you every Friday. Tune
See,
in.
That's the great thing about Arcade Battle Dome. We could play whatever the hell we want.
Kevin, there's not going to be any retro knockout cabinet. Most likely not.
Steam, baby.
Yeah, you want to play that? It's going to be on Steam, buddy. It's not. Yeah, I don't believe it's coming to iArcade.
Yeah, I don't think
Heavy
so.
Heavy Metal Titans is going to be the last game for iArcade.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that was like also one of the first things
That was a
I
gift.
thought of.
Yep.
You know, because I met Chris, and
Yeah, great
those
guy.
guys worked so hard on that game. And I was like, damn, they're like right at the finish line. It's dropping on Steam and next on iArcade. So I'm really happy to hear that's coming out. It was nice of them, you know, obviously they probably have no choice now but to do it for free. But I'd say, yeah, 100%. I was looking forward. I didn't buy the Steam version because I was looking forward to the iArcade version. That's where I wanted to play it. But we're going to get the game for free. Play it. If you enjoy it, you know, support them. Pick up a copy of it on Steam as well.
Yeah, Old Man Kaiju said the sales are done Wednesday, not the store
Is
for
that, I keep
iArcade.
hearing different things. What's the truth on that? You know,
I heard sales. Sales are
I
over
heard
on
the
Wednesday,
sales are
and,
over.
and beyond that day,
They don't guarantee
know.
it.
They don't guarantee.
Honestly,
because
I
after
think I'm
that, they
good,
don't-
man. Like I've combed through everything on set. I have everything I want. The only thing maybe I could say, like I skipped out on a couple of the ColecoVision games, but that's about it. I really think at this point, the last game I bought was Brock the Investigator, and I'm good. You know, I have so many games to play, and with them coming out every week, we get sucked into the new thing. And if I'm not done with what I was playing the week before, it just gets lost in the shuffle. So I can.
Can I speak on the servers? Like, they're still going on about the servers, the chat here. What is going to happen is bankruptcy is being filed. Nothing's going to happen until it's finalized. Until then, they can still operate the business, right? So until that gets finalized, the servers are going to be up and running. At that time, the trustee is going to take control of everything once it's finalized, and then they own all the assets. So at that time, they decide what happens to everything. So that would be the day where the servers either continue or go offline. So there's going to be time for that. I don't know how long it takes to get bankruptcy proceedings to be finalized, but like I said, buy them now before sooner or later. And plus, you got to think there's got to be time for them to get Heavy Metal Titans onto the store too. So there's going to be a little bit of time, but don't wait.
And with Heavy Metal Titans, like they're just gonna have to get it out there fast. So, like they said, if there's any bugs or anything in the game, like we're gonna get what we're gonna get.
Yeah.
Yeah, no updates. There'll be no updates. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
No leaderboards, probably.
Mhm.
Those are on a server.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fine. Now I can
But,
just lie
yeah.
and say, Nix, I
Yeah.
did beat you in that game.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
all beat Knicks.
Yeah, you take your screenshot and you can kind of Photoshop it. Yeah, I see what you're gonna do there. Yeah.
All right, so
man.
I don't like what more we can discuss about iArcade not putting out any more games and being finished.
We did.
I think we
us still being here.
we touched on all the topics.
Yeah.
Yep, I believe we're good to go. Let's start
Now
the game fight.
can we get to the fun stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
enough-
get to the
enough
fun
of that.
stuff.
Let's play some games.
I would say first tonight, we talked a little long. So let's do 3 rounds of game fight, and then
Okay.
we're gonna get right into the summer games week 2, possibly the final week, because we don't even know if we're gonna make it now
Yeah.
to week
I
3.
don't know if we'll have servers.
We'll see.
We'll see.
we'll get into that, but we'll do game fight first. And then remember, when we do summer games week 2 tonight, we got goal, U.S. Championship volleyball, hoops 96, and bang bead. We're going to do it just like we did last week. We're going to spin a wheel. You have 4 hosts here on the screen. It's going to pick a host, and it's going to pick a game. And then that host will start up the game. Anyone that's watching the show that wants to jump in that has the game and challenge us, just whoever clicks the link first, and then you'll be playing against us on the show. Games like games that are longer, you'll play just what'll be considered one match. But like bang bead, I would say it'd be like best out of 3, because those matches can go pretty fast.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I think last week that went really well.
It was fun.
What are you laughing at, Steph?
She's muted. We can't hear you,
I
Steps.
know.
She'll plug something.
All right. Well, while Steps gets together, let's get ready for 3 rounds of game fight. Yes.
All right, game fight.
Here we are again, once
I
again.
think it's
Game fight.
fixed. Is it fixed?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
That's
sound
good.
great.
I was just gonna say I was laughing because Bobby Vu says I'm gonna be watching from the shower, and I'm like, thanks.
There's an image.
Yeah,
All right, there you go.
there you go. Get Jeff on the screen.
Biggie D asked if Space Invaders Infinity Gene was a must-buy. I think so.
I like it. It's good.
Yeah, that's a good pick, Biggie. I forgot
The
about
music
that one.
is
That's a
top
good one to
notch
grab.
on that game.
Oddmar.
Yeah,
Alright, see,
games
we're
like
gonna-
that. Games like that. Yeah,
We're still
definitely get
back in the
on
last segment.
there.
We're
I
on
like
to
that
game
Retro
fight here,
Highway
people.
game too that was listed.
Yeah, we were just catching up with the chat. All right, game
Yeah, I
fight
know.
Retro Highway is not a top 10, but it's a fun game.
because we love the chat. We love
I'm
you.
giving up on trying to be professional.
Let's
know.
go. Spin
Let's
that
just
wheel.
spin the damn wheel.
In the wheel.
I'd like to buy Val.
Come on, don't hit bankrupt.
Oh yeah,
don't
don't
hit
land on the
bankrupt.
bankrupt. Yeah, don't land on bankrupt.
Don't land on bankrupt.
Ow.
Yeah, just
Oh,
you know.
dude.
Oh, too soon.
Oh, too soon. Ouch.
Jesus,
Ouch.
Brad.
Right, Stormer. Here we go.
Ooh,
Grindstormer.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Let's see the game going up tonight against Grindstormer.
Yeah, Miami. I hit a grand slam last night playing CM Hero 96. It was awesome. In the red corner, we have
Looks like it's going to be P47 Aces. It is P47 Aces. So let's first take a look at a few minutes of gameplay footage of Grindstormer.
Ball is up. Shout out to Video Game Vegas. Thanks for joining.
All right, so that's Grindstormer, and it's going up against P47 Aces. Let's check out a few minutes of gameplay footage of P47 Aces.
Anyway, I like the Taito pinball packs a lot. Yeah, I know. I know. I got a little break here.
That's P47 Aces. Man, I was watching both of those carefully while enjoying my beer. I'm here, so I might as well start the voting. I'm thinking after watching both the videos, I'm leaning right now more towards Grindstormer. Let's bring in Steps. Steps, what do you think?
Grindstormer, hands down. Sega Genesis,
right.
baby.
Bring in Papa Brad.
Grindstormer! For sure.
This is
Grindstormer.
quick. Let's bring in Nick.
Yeah, you know what? This is going to be an easy one for me. It's P47, and you know why. Look at the gameplay. It's just no comparison with the other game. Just tops it every facet.
So
hands
we
down.
did not agree. So that means the chat room is going to steal the vote. I'm going to end the poll right now. And with 68% of the vote, they agree with Nick's. They voted
Wow.
for P47 Aces.
Gameplay is way better. The bullet hell.
So that
makes
means
more engaging.
Grindstormer has just taken a hit point and will be on the final fight wheel. One more hit and it's knocked out of the competition. Let's bring the wheel back up.
All right.
We'll get back into the competition. You
Fight
know,
number
before
two.
before we spin again.
Yes.
So I had already been thinking about, well, what are we going to do with Game Fight once the shoot 'em up competition ends?
Yes.
Which I'm starting to think this may never end.
Well, the
at
wheel
least
is getting
this may go
smaller.
on for
Look how many
infinity.
shooters they
It
have.
it might not seem like it, but the wheel is getting smaller.
It's the
We can
king of
actually read
shmups.
the text.
It is, right?
You can read the text
Yeah,
now.
yeah. You can
I still
actually
got a
read the
few more
game
games I gotta
titles,
add.
but yeah. There's a reason we call the iiRcade the king of shmups cab. I mean, it had more shoot 'em ups than any other cab.
Okay, so at some point I knew this was going to end, and I had already been thinking about
individually
what the
curated
idea is
play
for
good.
the next Game Fight. I can kind of reveal that now because now it's impossible to happen. So my idea for the next Game Fight was going to be, since the community was always so divided about what games the iiRcade should have and the ones they should get, I was going to go around and ask like the entire community. And when I mean the entire community, I mean people that love the iiRcade, people that can't stand the iiRcade, everybody. And I wanted everybody to pick one modern game that iiRcade should get and one retro game that iiRcade should get. They would all be on the wheel, and as a game got knocked out, it would be just one shot and you're out. We would reveal the person who picked the game. So you wouldn't know who picked what until the game was knocked out. And we're going to keep doing that until we picked one champion of the best modern game that iiRcade should get and the best retro game that iiRcade should get. So we can't do that anymore. So I could just tell you what that idea was, but I'm always coming up with stuff, and we'll definitely, once this round of Game Fight ends, we will definitely have some more. So here we go. Let's spin the wheel.
To die for. Can't wait to watch us load up Bobby Sarah.
Yeah, we're gonna make a next mix. Just know before Wednesday.
It looks like it's going to be Plus Alpha. Don't know how familiar many people are with this game. This is actually a cute 'em up. First time appearing on Game Fight. Let's see what's going up against Plus Alpha.
Pain guy.
Ain't
It'd be
gonna
funny if it was. That'd be great. Probably not.
Is it going up against itself?
Plus alpha, plus alpha.
It just canceled itself out. All right, let's spin it. Let's mix it up a little bit here.
Plus Alpha versus Plus Alpha.
Nice.
This wheel.
It's random. It's truly random. Pick the same game.
Step says 10 guys.
No.
Might be 10 guys.
Dog
That would have been
So
quite the
close.
thing there.
So
Oh
close.
my gosh.
Just to let everyone know, Dogyun does have 1 hit
Step
point,
psychic powers. What are
which
you
means
doing?
if it takes one more tonight, it will be knocked out of the competition. Let's check out 2 minutes of gameplay footage captured on the iiRcade of Plus Alpha.
Ready? Go!
All right, that's Plus Alpha. And it's going up against
Next.
this one, Dogyun. Let's check out a few minutes of gameplay footage of Dogyun.
The poll is up. Just put it up. Results for this live stream are Grindstormer or P47 Aces. P47 Aces got 66%. Grindstormer got 33%. Double check. The poll should be up. Looks like we got a tie right now with a 50-50 between Plus Alpha and Dogyun. just tuning in, welcome to the stream. A restream of the Friday Night Arcade Show. We're going to have Michael Svabek coming on soon. Omega Fourth is voting for Doggy. Pretty hard to go against Toaplan Games for the shmup category. They were real innovators for this category.
Yes, that was Dogyun. We got Nix sent to screen. Nix, what do you think after watching those two games?
Man.
Which one do you vote for?
This is another easy one. It's Dogyun all the way.
All right,
Can't
I'm going to
compete.
come in.
Nix goes for
That'll be
Doggy.
We got a special guest joining us. Let's
Here
bring
comes
in
Michael Svabek.
Michael.
Oh!
From, Michael, are you from
Right.
iiRcade? Can I say
iiRcade.
Michael from
Michael.
iiRcade?
There we go. Whoops.
It's Michael.
seeing you,
from
Michael.
Playback.
Michael, you can
From the
Michael,
thank you so much for
Svabek.
joining us. I didn't
Actually, if
even
Dogman
expect you,
doesn't
but
win, I'm gonna be so mad right now because it's
Me too.
literally my favorite shmup.
Yeah.
well, Michael, don't worry because I was just before I saw you pop up backstage, you know, surprising me. I was just about to say people have been talking about games that they should make sure that they own before they can't buy any more
Yeah,
games, and add
yeah.
this one to your list, please.
100%.
Yeah,
Doggy-
even if like shoot 'em ups
Great.
aren't your like favorite category, well, this one might make it your favorite category. So
Good one.
definitely
You need to
add
get
Doggy.
some of the Toaplan shooters for sure.
It's a game that like Dogman's just like it's so in your face, like the bright colors, the different options. Like the gameplay is great too, but like the look of the game, the sound, and everything else too. It's like one of those games. It's like if you like arcades, this is just a good arcade game to have in any sense too. Yeah, I love Doggy.
All right, so I voted for Michael's toy. So Michael, why don't we just get in here and vote? Go ahead.
Yeah, there you
Might
go.
as well.
I'm actually working right now too. I'm trying to get.
Thank you, Michael.
I'm helping them get Heavy Metal Titans online right now too. So I just jumped in.
Oh
Really
yeah,
quick there.
working for who?
For the guy, we're not done yet. I'm not done yet until like maybe next week sometime.
Not
so
done
I
till
still
he's
got stuff
done.
to do. Plus, I got to get Heavy Metal Titans online for you guys. So Renzo's working hard right now too. So I'm helping him out get that.
Wait,
online.
Michael said I'm not done. That means that they're not done. iiRcade's back, everybody.
They're back.
We're not done.
Back.
Just like earlier with my stupid speculation. All right, so Michael, you're voting for Dogyun?
100% Dog
Okay.
you, number one shooter on the system.
All right, let's
Beyond
bring
trusting,
in
but
Papa Brad.
Yes.
Yeah, Doggian for sure. And I would say add to that Batsugan, Truxton 2, and Tiger Heli.
You could,
But
there
they're still-
For games that are great that like
I'm gonna
just-
say this competition; those aren't even in the vote.
He's confusing me, Staffs.
I'm
like,
sorry, but I'm
wait.
saying like you gotta get some of the Toaplan games. They're so good on iiRcade.
Yeah, you gotta get
I
all
mean,
of them. They're really expensive on Switch. They're like
I
they're
became
like
a massive
$60
fan
for each
thanks-
one.
yeah.
Thanks
Brad
to
just
Michael.
created his
I
own
had enough
segment.
time. Yeah, I'm sorry, but
That's
I really
fine.
think that the Toaplan games were a part of the magic of iiRcade. And I want to say thank you to Michael right now and Jong because I really didn't know about these shmups too much till they came to iiRcade, and I discovered them on your awesome arcade. So thank you so much. And I'm always going to love them now. It's like
Yeah.
you introduced me to a whole great, opened my eyes to that whole category.
I mean, Toaplan's a company too. Even for me, like I didn't really know Toaplan that well, even when we were licensing them. So I had to like look into all this stuff, and then we started testing the games and stuff. Of course, too. And, like these are really good shoot 'em ups. Like every Toaplan shoot 'em up, like from the start, even too, you could see like where they were going with and stuff. So yeah, they're all really fantastic shooters.
Yeah.
So if you,
I'm
love
really
shmups, you're
happy to
shmup
own
junkie,
that whole
Toaplan.
collection.
Yeah, but certainly Doggian for sure. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
for me.
All right,
Yeah,
Staffs.
I was watching the Shmup Junkie and I started finding out about all these Toaplan shooters and I go, I wonder if this is on the iiRcade. And I searched and go, oh my god! And I ended up buying them. I bought them
All of them. All of them.
But the answer today is Dogyoon, and then I also will say I'm number 2 on the leaderboards for Fire Shark. I know that's gonna die, but I'm number 2 on the leaderboards for Fire Shark. There you go.
All right, so it's unanimous. Let me end the poll. Let's just see. And they did agree, but it was 83%. So 15% did vote
Lopsided.
for Plus Alpha. And while we're on this, I noticed P-Dub had gifted a bunch of new memberships. Shout out. Thank you, P Dubs. He added 5 new
Well done.
memberships. So we got 5 new shills to add to the collection. Thank you so much.
Shills.
It's
Right
highly
on.
appreciated. P Dubs has been doing that a lot on the show. It's like, I think it's like 25 memberships he's gifted already.
P Dubs is
Started
legit.
having memberships.
Honestly,
Alright,
I
let's
think
bring-
it's to watch Brooklyn's intros because they're fantastic all the time for everything. So
Thank you.
Man, he's got me learning that program too. It's it's fun.
We have one more
Looking at that,
round
Tony. That
of
sounds
game
awesome.
fight tonight, and then we're gonna get right back into the summer games. Let's spin the wheel. Let's see the next shoot 'em up entering into the game fight arena.
Come on, Tangai.
Oh, what happened? No,
That's me. It's me.
there's so many games on this. I'm trying to see.
Here we go with whoa.
Dragon Dream.
Image
Looks
fight.
like it might be image
Oh,
fight.
Image Fight.
That's still
Fight.
moving.
Image fight.
Image fight.
Did you guys already have image fight tonight?
It
Or no?
is image fight. Let's see the game that's going up against image fight.
Saint Dragon.
Saint Dragon.
Let's see.
Close.
It's moving. I can't even tell. It is. Wow, it's right
Dragon.
on the line. It is
Right on the
Saint
line.
Dragon.
Dragon.
And Saint Dragon does
Dragon.
have 1 hit point against it. So if it gets voted
on the wheel.
out tonight against Image Fight, it will be voted out of the competition. So let's check out
Game
a
over.
few minutes of gameplay footage of Image Fight, if I can find it here on the list.
We're watching a replay of the Friday Night
Where's Image Fight?
Arcade
Oh, here it is.
show.
Okay, I was like,
on Brooklyn Menace channel.
all right, here we go. A few minutes of gameplay footage of Image Fight.
Let's take a look at our last live vote. How did it come out? Well, it came out like this. Plus Alpha or Dogyun. Dogyun got 71%. Plus Alpha got 28%.
There it is. A
Hey.
few minutes of gameplay footage. Image Fight. This one's going up against one that's been doing pretty well in the competition, but as I said earlier, does have 1 hit point, and if it takes another one tonight, it will be knocked out of the competition. Let's check out a few minutes of gameplay footage of Saint Dragon.
Okay, so here's the list. Matsugan, Dogune, Fire Shark, Fixate. I can still consider that a shmup, even though
This
it's
is
kind of a run and gun.
absolutely insane. It's like,
What's
Hellfire.
going
watching
on?
the video, and
Multiplied.
look at
Out
this.
zone.
Out of nowhere,
Right.
we are joined
Welcome,
from the
welcome.
Rexer
Shark.
Show. We have Rexer
Slap fight.
and my good friend and
Tiger
VR
Heli,
comrade,
Truxton,
Kev
Truxton
Gret.
2, Twin
What's
Cobra,
up,
Twin
fella?
Hawk,
It's so good to have you.
Mana, and Zero Wing. Those are all the
Yeah.
shooters.
Testing.
And I really consider
No,
Fixate
you're all
and
fine. You're all
Outzone
fine. Look,
still
this is
kind
not
of
a
in the
professional
shooter
operation,
category
okay?
because they do kind of have a
show
shmup
your
feel to
stream
it
like
a little
Kev
bit.
F's up mine all the time. So
We're good.
That'd
So,
be
look
14
at
if
that.
you
Foo
don't count
Fighters.
those two. Wow.
Foo Fighter.
I count them as
Foo Fighter
Foo Fighters.
pinball? Well
Behind
done.
him. Look at that. Wow.
The real
Well
stern.
done.
I'm jelly.
This is not so. Let's really quickly.
I know it's
just
tough.
get through the vote, and then we could chat for a bit. So
Yeah.
I'll just start it off real quick. I after watching those two games in action, my vote is going to go to Saint Dragon. Then let's start with you, Steps. What do you think?
Well,
Image Fighter or Saint Dragon?
You know what? Watching this show and being part of this show has made me purchase Saint Dragon. It has not made me purchase Image Fight, and I've seen it on screen several times, and mainly because of the noise. Like the little shooter, I might buy it here because I want to get all the rest of the Iron games, but I have to go with Saint Dragon. I'm excited to see it in person at Galloping Ghost Wednesday, so Saint Dragon.
All right. So we have so far 2 for Saint Dragon. Papa Brad, what do you think?
Saint Dragon, of course.
Nix?
Yeah, it's a tough one, but Saint Dragon. Yeah, it checks more boxes. Absolutely.
You want to vote, Rexer?
Hey, poll is up.
These games.
Image Fight or
So I
Saint
cannot
Dragon?
vote. I cannot,
So let's
Just put the poll
Let's
up
skip over to Michael.
for the live stream right now.
I mean, so
Game
Image
versus
Fight's a-
game. Game versus game.
yeah, Image Fight's I would say like a better sort of classic style shoot 'em up, but Dragon Breach is good.
It's
Not
Saint
Dragon
Dragon.
Breed,
Or
Saint Dragon.
Saint Dragon, sorry, Dragon Breed. Close in style of game though. In fairness.
Yeah, it's very
But
close.
In Dragon Breed though, or I'm
You have a
sorry,
rider.
in Saint Dragon, you can actually there's a bug where you can actually hide inside the body and not get hit the entire game. So there's a huge exploit.
Really? Could you teach me
What?
that so I can
For
actually
that,
get
I'm
past
gonna
the
give it
first
to
level?
Image
Wow.
I'm gonna give it to Image Fight for that.
All right. Kev? You're
It's
probably
it's
familiar with these two.
So anyway, since we're talking about Toplin, there are a total of 26 Toplin games on the iArcade and all. If you look at every Toplin game that's available. And we have an awesome special guest. Hey, what's happening? Steps
Hey.
Gaming in the house.
How are
Hey,
you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good,
We were just
good.
talking about Toplin. Obviously, Papa Brad with the Truxton 2 and Batsugan constantly telling everyone to get those. Can you talk about some of the other great shmups? Because I know you love Fire Shark. Can you talk about a couple of the other ones that you really have enjoyed?
Well, I really like Fire Shark, of course. You just mentioned it's like a biplane game. It's very similar to if you played Twin Cobra. Twin Cobra is like the helicopter version, and Fire Shark is the biplane. Sky Shark was the first one. It's Sky Shark on the iArcade anyway. I now I'm trying to remember what it was called that I originally was
No.
looking for it under. But
And it is so hard too, because like there are so many, and they're kind of similar, but they're kind of different too. Like you can go all the way back to Tiger Heli, which was their first shmup that they ever made. But each game has a little different feel to it. I mean, but the same kind of bullet mechanics, and a lot of stuff carries over, but each game is kind of unique. Wouldn't you agree?
yeah, I think that Toplin has a lot of different style shooters. I mean, obviously Truxton 2 are similar. You got Tiger Heli and Twin Cobra.
Mhm.
A lot of people prefer Tiger Heli. I think Twin Cobra is superior, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I think Twin
There's the
Cobra is
list right there.
excellent game. Zero Wing, you forget about that one a lot,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's really, this is all the Toplin games.
Yeah, there's 26 total Toplin games, but I mean, some of them you can like Guardian. That would be one that you could probably skip.
What's
I mean,
Knuckle Bash?
Knuckle Bash is a great beat 'em up. It was actually released by Atari, but it's a really good beat 'em up. But
I have all the shmups. That's
Yeah.
what I got. I got all the
Yeah.
shmups.
we counted. I think we counted 14 shmups in all when I counted them.
I heard a Guardian. That one was.
Let me look on my screen. I'll just read them off big. So these are all the shmups. Batsugan SP.
Most
Like
important.
if you don't get
Most
that, like,
important,
get
most
that one
important.
first of all. That's a top tier. Dogyun's really good. Okay, so Batsugan, Dogyun, Fire Shark. I consider Fixate to be one, even though it's not 100% like a shmup, but it feels like a shmup. Fixate, Grindstormer, Hellfire, Outzone.
I like Outzone better than Fixate.
Yeah, I like both. They're both good. Sky Shark, Slap Fight, Tiger Heli, Truxton 2, Twin Cobra, Twin Hawk, Vimana. That's one that I always forget to play, but it is a Toplum shmup, and Zero Wing. The non shmup Toplum games are Gox. I mean, that's one that would be fun to play with a maybe a spinner down the road. You've got Guardian. You could skip that one. I wasn't very impressed with that. I have that one.
It's a rare.
Yeah,
a rare.
You could skip it. Knuckle Bash is a fun beat 'em up if you want to beat 'em up. But keep in mind you won't have online, so that would be something you have to play co-op live. PP and BBs is the one, I would say, hard R-rated game. It's got, basically nudity in it. It's an adult game. It's the only one like it on the system. Then Rally Bike. Mm-hmm.
Is that racing or what is it?
I think it's like a motorcycle racing game. I have it. I played it a few times. I didn't become a huge fan of it.
Fire Shark. That's what Sky Shark was called. That's
Okay.
the mainstream title is Fire Shark. I don't know why it was called Sky Shark and where it was called Sky Shark, but like if you look at like the Nintendo Switch official releases and things like that, it's Fire Shark.
Like I think Truxton too is like Tetsujin or something.
That's
it has a
in
different
Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, in Japan it has a different name. The Snow Bros games are fun if you like those style games. Those are the kind of games that kind of remind me of Bubble Bobble. Snow Bros. Have you played Snow Bros, huh?
Snow Bros on the Sega Genesis, yeah.
Yeah, they have it. Techie Packy is a puzzle game. Looking at all the games that are not shmups, and Wardner, which some people really love. I haven't had time to really dive into it, but it's not a shooter. But yeah, I would say, really pretty much, I mean, for me, like having the complete Toplin library of shooters was a huge draw to iiRcade. Something that like I'll always enjoy that on the cab, but that's just me. Vimana. Yeah. Omega Fourth, you were not far off. Yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot of games.
Oh wait, if I said Fire Shark's the sequel. Flying Shark is the first one. Flying Shark is the first one. Sky Shark is Flying Shark.
Yeah.
So, but they're both good. Get them both. But if you're gonna get one, I get Fire Shark. I think Twin Cobra.
Yeah, and by far, I mean, almost anyone that has an iiRcade has really invested time in the games, and really the shooter library is probably the strongest part of all the categories they have. It was the strongest part. And sports were good too when they had online, but now that we might be losing online, it's like it takes away some of the draw of some of those games.
I guess I don't know how true or false it is, but Mystery Encoder said he was bringing back online and leaderboards.
Okay.
So we'll see.
We'll see. And that's
the
thing.
Kong is previewing it tonight on his channel.
Oh, really?
I do wish that he had somebody on with him that was a fan of the iiRcade. But we'll see. I'm looking forward to seeing what it is. It'll be interesting. I think it's at 9:00 Eastern is when it's going to be.
Okay.
Yeah. But I wanted to stop by, say hello, and happy Father's Day to Papa Brad.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
As well,
tell us about your show tonight. Are you doing a show tonight?
No, I'm not doing anything
show? You're just gonna watch
because
shows?
It seems that everybody, there's people that want to play games, but everybody that's streaming seems like worn out from the weekend and stuff. But I'd like to do something with Major Title before it's too late. I definitely do. Tomorrow's a holiday. I might do something. We'll see what we got to do. I'm working on my Wild West arcade games video, not the one that last night was playing Wild West games. And if you missed that, go back to my channel. Check out Papa Brad was on. He was playing Cowboys and Moon Mesa.
It was
He did
fun. It
barrel,
was so
all
good.
that
And you know,
stuff.
Steps taught me how to do Fightcade. I didn't know Rexer and Steps helped me get Fightcade set up. That was a whole lot of fun. I would highly recommend people check out Fightcade. It's very cool.
But I've been working on my favorite arcade games of the Wild West video, and I think I'm going to hold off till I go to Galloping Ghost Wednesday because I could get footage.
Wow.
I could get footage of the actual games, and so I thought that would be cool to do. So I think I'm going to wait till next weekend on it.
You're going back to Galloping Ghost. Wow.
Yeah, I'm going with my son.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I'm just gonna
any specific arcades you're gonna definitely scout out and want to play, like in the Galloping Ghost arcade.
I want to spend some time in the shmups area. They have a
Shmup
whole
category?
area that's nothing but shmups. It's
Yeah.
all in one room. There's several rooms. It's like literally, it's like walking into a gigantic shopping mall, but there's arcades
all
everywhere,
arcades.
wall-to-wall arcades. They have over 930 arcades. They're closing in on 1,000. They just bought more space. Not only did they buy all the land they were renting, they bought more space so they could get to over 1,000 games. It's the largest arcade in the world, is what they claim. It's pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing the Wild West games. You know, I've been there twice in the last year, so yeah.
As far as non-Toplin shmups, anything that, of course, In the Hunt is probably at the top.
In the Hunt's great.
What non-Toplin shmups would you recommend?
Let
me pull up the list. Man, it's like this category was just ridiculously strong.
Everybody says to play Tengai over Samurai Aces, but I think they're different games.
I love both of them. Yeah,
I think Samurai Aces is a must. I think Samurai Aces is the bomb.
Well, you know, Tengai is a sequel to Samurai Aces, so I mean,
it is, but
it's really like a part one and part two.
It's
different games. Yeah, the shooting mechanics are different.
It's a totally different game, I think.
Definitely, those are great. Tengai and Samurai Aces.
Normally, you could say just get the sequel, but with Tengai and Samurai Aces, it's not the case. They're different games. Samurai Aces is my favorite. If you like Strikers, you'll like Samurai Aces. I think I like
Strikers.
Better
Strikers
than
1945 plus is a good one.
Do you need to get the regular Strikers 1945 if you have plus?
No, they're real similar.
No.
Now they're
I only have
online,
plus.
so it really doesn't matter. I mean, I would say get one of those. Stormblade is really great. It's $5.99. It's like a 90s shmup, so it's a little different.
Rangok Skies.
Rangok Skies is absolute bullet hell insanity. It's a modern shmup, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, a very strong category still. Just looking through it, I mean, there's not much that's weak in there, you know. Boogie Wings is a lot of fun if you've never played Boogie Wings. That's a really great shmup.
Yeah, I think I done run out of money after I spend like $90 on games during the first part of the sale.
I know.
I'm gonna be working on a video and try to get it out ASAP about my game pickups.
Okay, that'll be neat to watch.
It won't be just iArcade, but it'll include iArcade and Steam and Xbox or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me put this back on.
Yeah, it's Saint Dragon. There was a time where I could get to like stage 3 on 1 quarter, and I just played the hell.
How surprised were you, Steps, when we
So
filled up the
hard.
room like
But
we did?
it's
Look how many
rewarding
people
once
we
you
have
get
on
the
screen.
patterns down, once you get everything.
Just shows how many
so
people
Saint
love the
Dragon for me.
iArcade.
Yeah, I like
A
Saint
lot of
Dragon
people
'cause
love
they
the
actually let
arcade.
you keep all the power-ups that you
Yeah.
earn throughout the level,
That's
even
fair.
if you
Yeah.
lose it.
Yeah,
Diomedes.
Come
That's
back,
a fun
but it's
one.
Still ridiculous.
It's-
All right, so
I have
we
it.
did not agree, so I'm going to end the chat and let's see what we got.
Yeah, it's hard. Like people like always criticized us for like, oh, why do you like all the games? Because they're good. I mean, they had really good. The shmup collection they had was really good. They had a lot of strong games that, like, if you like this category, you know, it was the opposite of the fighters category. Now I guess I won't feel bad if I rag on them, but you know, really the only fighter that they had that I really loved was Breaker's Revenge.
They have 2 fighters that were good. They had Breaker's Revenge and Rage of the Dragons, and nobody's really given Rage of the Dragons a chance. So I'm telling you, it's a good game. But the rest of the fighters,
I know. Thank you so much.
They're no good.
You're gonna enjoy the games, you know. Yeah.
So, but I thought I was really fair when I did the definitive iArcade
Yeah.
review. I mean, obviously I gave the
That
fighter
is
selection.
you need to move over a little bit. I don't know can you move your camera just a little bit?
Here,
I'm getting like
let's just
I'm getting like
over.
half of you. Okay.
Let's just see. All right, there we go.
Okay. I can
There
keep
you
us
go.
maybe I keep us like this is better. Okay. That's better. I'm cutting off like half
Well,
your face. I don't want to cut off your face.
it's just I
Yeah.
need to clean up and stuff. That's the other thing I'm supposed to
That's
be
cool.
doing
Thank you so
today.
much for popping in. What a
Yeah,
pleasant
you're
surprise.
you're so
Thank you.
welcome. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for coming on last night. I had a fun time.
Yeah.
And
I
appreciate
think the new show you're doing is going to be
community.
amazing too, because you're not going to be locked into any one lane. You're not going to just do iArcade. It's going to be whatever you want to do, isn't it? And it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I'm thinking I want to do an Atari night.
Have you settled on an exact name? Is it going to be the Battle Dome?
Yeah, that's what it is. Arcade Battle Dome. Isn't that a cool name?
Arcade Battle Dome is an amazing name. I like that name a lot.
Yeah,
Arcade Battle Dome.
Arcade Battle Dome. You know,
and what you play on, it's just going to rotate, and it's going to be all different kinds of arcade games.
It's just going to be arcade
not
games.
just fighters, not just beat 'em ups. It's gonna. I mean, that's your vision, right?
Yeah, it's
cool.
supposed to be something different. Everybody's just doing. I mean, I like fighting games. I like doing fighting games, but you know, you got to offer something different to a different crowd. There's a million people doing all the same thing, and I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna do fighting games, but expand your horizons. You know, expand your horizons. So, anyway,
I'll tell you that Fightcade is pretty cool. I can't wait to try some different games on that because there's a lot in there. I played a little bit more on it this morning. There's just so many games in there to pick from. It's insane.
It plays well.
Let's do a massive shout out to Squash Bug Games.
Hey, Squash Bugs Games. I'm looking forward to playing
Heavy Metal Titans. I played a little bit of it this morning. It's amazing. It's so much fun.
I downloaded it.
So much fun.
And there's updates. And I'm like,
shout outs to the community. And Nick's Gaming has playthroughs twice of the game. So if you get stuck, you can watch him. He even unlocked Jong. He was playing as Jong in the game this morning.
He was trying to get some stuff done so they could know what to fix before it's too late, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, I appreciate that. You gotta give a big shout out to Nix for doing that because I mean that takes a lot of time and effort. And then you get all these guys over here at Squash Bug Games, you know, they said, hey, we want to design a game and we're gonna do it. And I'm assuming they have regular jobs. So they did this as a passion project, and you know, that's really cool. That's really awesome. And they got some cool stuff. You know, they got what is it? Is it Tom Kitzrow or is it Tim? I forget.
Tim Kitzrow, yeah, the NBA Jam guy.
Yeah, he's
on fire.
And
it's awesome.
And Warhorse, the professional wrestler.
I know, it's great. It's fun. I played it this morning a little bit.
He's the best independent wrestler, and you know, I would say his catchphrase, but I don't know if Papa Brad allows curse words. You know, because it kind of the YouTube algorithm picks that stuff up now.
Yeah, they do. Anytime I have anything having to do with CT Jason, I immediately get demonetized. Because he swears so much, but it's still worth it. I don't care.
Yeah,
you know?
I just
it is what it is. That's what he does.
I realize that, like, I get these little marks that are like yellow, and they're like somewhat monetized. I'm like, what the heck is somewhat monetized?
I get the inappropriate for advertising or whatever. You know, where you.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it says somewhat.
It's because the swearing will do that to any video pretty much. But that's a lot of swearing.
So no swearing.
You got to be careful, man. That algorithm's always listening.
No swearing.
But what an amazing final game for the iArcade. It's like a love letter to the iArcade community, that game. And the game itself is a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to unlocking Jong. So I'm going to be playing it, trying to get to unlock Jong. Pretty awesome. You have to find all the iArcade icons in the game to unlock them, I think, is what the deal is. So I got to go back. I probably skipped some.
I'll get a chance to probably sit down and play some of it tomorrow. Hopefully, I've been addicted to Gunvein, but you probably noticed I keep streaming it, and I don't know. No, I know it. You know, just stream it. It's a fun game. I wish, you know, that's the great thing about the iArcade is they were able to get, like, you know, lower, you know, lesser known games. You know,
Yeah, and
that
kind
are on
of give you
Steam.
exposure to them. Like, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm gonna miss is the modern retro
Yeah.
games. That was one of the real strengths to me, you know. And of course, we're gonna lose that, but you know, when one door closes, another door opens. You know, so
You know, if there was somebody that had some money that could buy it and just leave it like as an open platform for people to like sell independent games on, and then you still have the side that you could load with whatever you want, that would be really cool too.
yeah,
But you'd have to have somebody that has a little bit of money. I don't think it'd be a lot, but an open platform, you know, arcade machine, you know, that allows people to release indie titles. That would be something.
yeah, yeah.
It's the deal. All iArcades. Swearing is a
Yeah.
problem. No swearing.
Yeah, I know.
That's gonna be my new catchphrase on stream. No swearing.
No swearing. No swearing.
No swearing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it constantly, because
Well,
then I'll stop swearing and I can get everyone else to stop swearing.
yeah.
And then I could make my 7 cents a week on ads.
Yeah, your 7 cents. It's all good. I mean, you don't do YouTube for the money. You know what I mean?
No,
do it
you
'cause
know
love
you
the
don't.
community.
You know you don't. But
You know, if you're here for the money, you shouldn't even be doing you know, home
there's
arcade. It's
there's
a very small niche to start with.
Yeah,
But-
I'm just saying it just be a funny catchphrase. It would stop some swearing, and I could make 7 cents a week. That'd be great.
Yeah.
It won't pay the
7
bills,
cents is better than nothing though.
you know, but it adds up every week. You know, after
Yeah.
a year, I might have like, you know, I might have $1.
You might have enough to go to McDonald's, you know, get a Happy Meal. You might have to get the kids meal. I'm sorry, Steps.
But
Yeah.
they're $1. It's $1. It's for what is it, $1.25 for a hamburger, right? Labor of love. That's what it is. Yeah, it is a labor of love. Whether you're at YouTube or designing a game or whatever. And when you put the work in for something you love, it's a lot more enjoyable. You know?
For sure, you know. And you know, it's still really for me, it's really all about the games, you know. I mean, you know, and that's what it should be about. And that's why your show is going to be awesome. So
Do it
thank
for
you.
the love, not for the money.
Do
Not
it for
for
the
the girls
love.
and not for
That's
the
right.
honeys.
There you go.
Anyway, I'll
you
see
go.
you, Papa
Hey,
Brad.
thanks for popping in.
You're
You're always welcome on Papa Brad's Gaming. Always.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Take care, Steps. Bye bye. Wow, what an awesome surprise. That was cool.
Chat knows what to do.
70% of the vote, Michael. Come on.
70.
And we're watching the replay
Agree with us.
of
Saint Dragon.
Friday
So
Night Arcade
Image Fight
Show. We
will
got
be
Rexer
added
on,
to the
Kev
final
Gret,
fight
Michael
wheel. If it takes
Svabek.
one more hit, it will be knocked out of the competition. That's going to end it tonight for Game Fight. But wow, look at all these great people we have here on panel. This is like a party now.
Wow.
There's a story
Brady
of a
Bunch.
lovely lady.
Yeah.
You got 2 more spots.
This is the first time I've ever been on this show, really, right?
It is.
I mean, I had to crash
Welcome,
it. I had to crash it, but it was worth
Well,
it.
I mean,
Let's
it's
see. We have best modern retro titles on iArcade besides Saturn, Retro Force, Rigid Force Redo. You need to get Donut Dodo, Galacticon, Galaxy Champions TV. Another good one is Longhead. People don't sleep on that one. That's a great game. Fun modern retro game. Sub-Octo's pretty fun. I like it. I would get Longhead first though, but if you can get both of those are fun.
Rexer requests a link. You know, I'm going to put it.
Yes,
I'm putting it out
link.
there.
Yeah,
Come
you-
on, it's Rexer. It's the Rexer show.
Well,
Well,
what
I
did I
just wanted
miss
to-
so far? What did I miss besides, you know, did you guys talk about anything? I just
We
got
talk-
some free time.
So far we spoke about the fact that even though iArcade is no longer in business, we will still be here. We still continue on because it's always been about the games, and the games aren't going away. So why should we?
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
that, and then what else? We talked about how stupid I am, and then we talk about that every week. And
Yeah.
then what else did we talk about? Oh, games that you should get before you can't buy games anymore.
Yeah.
And,
then
we all
and
pre-ordered.
then we started
Glen's
playing
deck.
Game Fight, and now everybody's here.
And you all pre-ordered Glenn's? Is that what you said?
I did.
Steps?
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Well, can I give my 2 points? Because I don't think we're Kev. I don't know if we'll ever stream this topic.
Yeah.
Maybe at one point we will.
Yeah, yeah, we're
But
I'm excited for it.
I am gonna. Most people don't want to hear me say this, but I'm gonna say it. When one door closes, another door opens.
I said that earlier.
And
to John, I sent him a message. Yeah.
And this door, what's in this next door, is probably even better. And I know Michael might not want to hear that.
Step that too, yeah.
I'm just saying. Now it's freedom. It's put what you want on it. It's put whatever you want in there. I know you lose the online play. You lose but in reality, guys, not a lot of people played it anyway online. Losing the leaderboard sucks, right? Because that was probably more important.
I enjoyed that.
That
It
is
was
great
fun to us as competitive gamers.
Yeah, but maybe somebody does a website, an iiRcade website, like they do with the Donkey Kong forum, and they keep all the high scores on there, right? And there's an owner of that site, and he validates them. You validate them, and you have high scores, and people go. So there's options around, just the leaderboard. Maybe somebody constructs something that is web-based or something and ties into leaderboards for iiRcade.
Yeah.
So you can do
Anything's
something
possible.
like that.
Papa Brad owns all the games, so Papa Brad, it's your job to go through every title and document the current leaderboards.
I mean,
thanks for volunteering.
Yeah,
Your service.
Voluntold.
Yeah.
That's
We
not
can-
gaming.
We can get Ichabod to do it on pen and paper.
There you
with
go.
all his-
Ichabod would
all
do a
his
good job.
papers.
Ichabod
Yeah,
Crane
all
would be
that.
the.
Chalkboard.
The whole
yeah.
thing with the board, by the
You'd
way,
have a
too,
marker
is
board.
100% Glenn, which is amazing too. Glenn's, even if you still watch Tales on the show earlier too, but Glenn's amazing. So originally he didn't plan to do it with the switchable deck like that. Well, like he had planned to do the deck for sure and everything like that too, with USB ports and stuff too after we announced them. But he had never planned on doing the with the extra board attachment later on down the road too. So that came honestly like a few days ago too, when we finally said like, hey, like we're gonna be done here, like we're gonna be closing up shop, like so now we can like announce this, like what do you want to do with it? And that's what he came up with. He's like, yo, I can do the switch between the two. And I was like, that's perfect because it gives people the option to still keep their games, their actual arcade board games and everything like that too, that we've already optimized and everything for the machine. So they're there for life anyway, as long as you've downloaded them. And now you can switch and do whatever the hell you want with this board too. So I don't care. It's not our board, so I don't really care, right? So it's great. So yeah. Glenn, all that
So
good stuff, which is amazing.
Kev, tell them our plan when it goes up for sale.
Yeah,
tell
so
them what we're going to do.
We were just testing some stuff and we were talking, Michael, we are going to put in a bid at the auction for the online servers, and Rex and I are going to put them up in his loft. So we will own the online leaderboards.
we might bid for the whole company. You never know,
Where do we get the list of assets, Michael?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that actually. I wish I did, but
who's the trustee? We're going to get a hold of him.
Rex Arcade.
Here's the other thing too. Does anything really? I mean, yes, it changes slightly because you don't have anything in the future. But does anything really change that it went out of business besides like what we just talked about? Like nothing really changes. People want to say, oh, they're out of business or this and that. Really, nothing changed. You still have your machine. You still play the games. You just won't get anything in the future of the games.
That's the thing, right? And that's a big part of our machine is the fact that we can continuously add games to it. This is the point of being a console too that we've already talked about too. And even if, I mean, we did want other robust systems for the online play and stuff too coming forward that we were sort of starting to work on things, but beyond that even too, yeah. So it sort of stays the same, but sort of doesn't. It's more just a lot of people do buy our machine in order to keep adding games to it, and they don't know what's coming next. And they, because potentially in the future we can always keep these licenses. We had other big licenses that we were just starting to work on again too, that we're about to start releasing in the summer, and then we can't do that now, of course. So so it kind of yes, Rexer, but kind of no at the same time.
Can you
give a shout out to Prince Malcolm too, who was a big part of a lot of the great games that came to iiRcade. So this is a shout out to Prince Malcolm. Thank you so much.
Jesus with one of them, Michael? You're under NDA for them. Anything
I couldn't talk about that stuff now. I'm still under. When does when does
that
a bit more
end?
off the leash right now? But
It's probably when it's finalized, Kemper, when the bank rate is finalized. It's probably that.
Tell all of Michael's sleep.
Let me poll you guys though on this.
Let me pause it right here. I got a super chat from Don Juan for $5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Papa Brad, Steps, and everyone that threw out great game ideas. Thank you so much. And for that, I'm going to give you a super chat video. Let me pull one up. This one is for you. Thank you so much, Don Juan.
When it first came out with the list of games that it had originally, right? 2 years ago, whatever it was, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
What was your expectation at that point for how many more games you would get? Did they meet that criteria when you bought it a long time ago? Because when I saw it, I don't even know how many years ago, when you guys had the white model, which was ugly as crap, you only had so many games there. But when it came out with the amount of games at first, I was like, well, this is a lot of games. I mean, whatever the number was, anything else is a bonus, right? I mean, anything else, you couldn't go in and buy it 2 years ago and go, well, if I don't get 100 games, it's not 100 more games, it's not worth it to me. No, really, was it worth it at the point of purchase 2 years ago? And anything else was a bonus? That was kind of how I looked at it. I never bought one, but that was the way I was looking at it.
I can only speak for myself though, but I mean, when I did the Kickstarter, when I saw they had Dragon's Lair, Double Dragon, and Gunbird, I was like sold, I mean, that would have been a good cab at that time to have in my arcade, just with what it had on it.
Yeah.
And then they gave us 355 more games.
Right.
In 2 years. That's insane. Yeah. They did a lot.
You get this mix though too. Of course, we get like sort of a split vote on that, where it's like you've got the people who they own a bunch of arcade one-ups and things like that too, or like in games and stuff. So that's like our primary crowd, right? The home arcade crowd. Like that's those people. I mean, like that logically makes sense too. Like especially since we have like Dragon's Lair and Double Dragon stuff come stock in the machine. Like that's already like the price that you pay for the machine is already worth that of like a one-up, say, right?
Yeah.
And then you get all these other features on top of that, and the ability to add games too, right? That's just a bonus at that point, right? But then we do have the other half of the people who are our customer base, our player base, who buy this machine because they really want the ability to keep adding to it in the future, and they see like the longevity of it. They consider it much more of an investment project, I guess, too, which even though it's really not, that's how they see it, which makes sense. It's hard to argue against that as well too. So you do have like two different sides of the coin a little bit as far as like a player base and customer base there. So we do have to kind of cater to that as well. It sucks. It's just, it is what it is at this point for me. So, right. So we can't really help it. We can't change anything at this point. It's, we tried our best. We really gave it our all, but sometimes it just doesn't pan out. So it sucks. And I'm sorry for that to them as well too. But to us, at least, we did fulfill like the original Kickstarter promise 100%. That's done. That's 100%. Been done for a long time now.
Yeah, the Kickstarter, everything.
Michael, I don't know. There were some
my
games.
dreams of what I could have gotten.
Yeah, but there were some games.
Yeah,
where's my touch and go volleyball?
I wasn't here. In fairness, when those got on when those were promised, I wasn't here. Yeah. So I take no responsibility for that. But yeah, there's like a handful.
I want to say something though. I want to say something. I love the Space Invaders that I know you personally had. You basically created the game, Space Invaders, from scratch for iiRcade. And I will forever treasure having a Space Invaders iiRcade with that game on it, which I think, in my opinion, is the best version of Space Invaders. I love it. I just love that version.
It's super rare. It's super
on the
rare now.
iiRcade.
It's the only version of Space Invaders I've ever played, and I play it. Every time I turn it on, I play that.
Great
game.
Version of Space Invaders.
I don't go that many levels. I might play
wonderful.
1 or 2 levels, but I casually play it all the time.
I can't talk too deeply still with NDAs and licensing stuff too, but like there was a lot of issues with the original ROMs, even that people sort of know about, sort of don't know about too. But like, so if you play a Space Invaders cabinet, right, like a real Space Invaders cabinet, right, the original machine with the mirror and everything too. It's the sound and everything is good. It makes sense and everything like that too. But everywhere in emulation, for some reason, for Space Invaders, that damn UFO is like blasting your ears out and things like that too. There's a lot of like little nitpicky things that I kept noticing that I was like, I don't like this. I don't want to play this version. And so I asked
Yeah.
Taito if we could change them, and then we couldn't adjust them in the ROMs themselves too, because it was just we tried so for like months to adjust in the ROM, or not even months, but like weeks at least. And I was like, okay, this isn't panning out with our team doing that too. And I was like, it's Space Invaders. It's a simple enough game. I'm literally a game designer. That's what I went to school for. Like I can code this right now if we want. So that's what we did. So Taito was nice enough to let me reprogram it, and they were super nitpicky on everything too, which is great. So that is why you have the literal recreation of Space Invaders. So it's not a port; it's the literal recreation of the original game, which is awesome.
Yeah,
But
and you gained all
tools
that
we used
experience too.
for track mode stuff. Yeah, Taito was like
Love
picking
that,
them out nonstop, and I was like, I just didn't know because as much as I had watched different scenes in the game and stuff too, there's always little random things that would come up, and it was like great. So yeah, so what you guys have is like a true recreation of the game as best as we
Michael,
could. And it's
Thank you.
You did a great job.
You did do a great job.
I rolled the scoreboard over. So
massive props. You deserve massive props.
Michael, I just have a question. Is there any way in the future that version can be released on a compilation or anything? This is it.
Unless Taito
Only on the
specifically asks
iRcade.
for it, there's no
one
way.
of a kind Space
Okay.
Invaders. You got to buy it.
Wow.
If
that's crazy.
If Taito were to ask me for our version, I could
Yeah.
hand it over to them. Yeah, we could potentially sell it, I guess, at that point too, because it's. I don't know how that would necessarily work licensing wise, but yeah, like if Taito actually ever came to me and was like, "Hey, can we get this version of the game?" Yeah, I can hand it over to them. I don't care. So
that is funny you say that about the volume, because when it's like and then the ship comes out, and it's like,
I thought that was intentional though, like to get you.
Well,
like,
probably was back then.
it sort of is, but it's not that loud on the
back.
original machine. So, and the original machine too was. It's not sound bites, it's actual electrical impulses or electrical pulses in the machine, right? So like the original like like the Space Invaders like bass sound that actually is just electrical signals going through the machine, as far as I know too. That wasn't actually even audio bites, which is crazy. So they don't have like good audio bites for that kind of stuff too. And then in emulation, again, it got worse over time basically with emulation. So the versions you see on other platforms are emulated, of course, and that's why you hear these crazy things going on like that.
When I did research on it, they said the speed up of the Space Invaders was an unexpected thing, and it just was so great. They were like, "Look at what we came upon," because as you have less of them, it runs faster.
Wow.
That was a limitation of the hardware at the time.
The performance issue. So the more things you have on screen, of course, the performance gets hit, and then the less you have on screen, the faster things go, right? So back then, it was literally just the hardware running the game at the same speed the whole time, and then it was the actual physical hardware and the processor and stuff taking that and processing it, right, and then making it faster as it goes because there's less stuff on screen, there's less memory being used. It's great. So I had to literally program all that stuff in to be like, hey, okay, there's less on screen. Let's speed this up. Okay, but what increment do you speed it up by, right? What is the right? What feels the same? What is identical to the original game? So I had to go through all that process.
You got the feel of the game perfect. Everything that's great about it is present in that version.
Yeah, we tried. We tried, and I mean, Taito put me through the ringer on that game for that too. So
it's
good on them, honestly, too. Like I'm glad
it's the best version you're ever gonna get on a home arcade.
And it is like, as far as I can tell, honestly, back to back, 1-to-1, it is a perfect recreation of the game.
It's amazing. So, with the backdrops, all of it.
When that game came out on another company, they paid $300 just for that one game. If I remember, there was
it was just black and white, basic ROM emulation.
And this came out after the iArcade, and you got it for whatever, $12 or 14 or whatever.
No, I think it's only 8.
It was like
8. I don't even remember.
It was reasonable.
$8 you get all those versions, so
and
that's what I was talking about. Look what was added that you didn't even expect, So
we tried. I mean, we really tried. We did our best. So it is what it is today, right? But licensing is what it is too. But
So Michael, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you going to miss getting asked every week for a hocky game? When is this coming out? When is
the hockey game is gonna come when Glenn's deck comes. You could add open ice,
football. Like, are you gonna
new
have
user interface?
Interface.
I'll tell you all that the community is the literal best part and the worst part.
Exactly.
It truly is. And of course it is. It's always like the bad apples, right? It's like the more vocal minority that's how it goes, right? You're always going to have the worst opinions and things, honestly, half the time. They're going to be the loudest all the time. And then your people who just are playing and enjoying the machine, they really don't say too much all the time. So that's how it goes. But you take it all with a grain of salt too. Of course, we take like good feedback, productive feedback, especially too, even if it's bad, right? So it's not, nothing's perfect. Of course it's not. But, I got to take everything with a grain of salt. But yeah, man, the community is fantastic and terrible at the same time. I love you all, but man, I hate you all at the same time. And yes, I will not.
Michael, I
not miss
have
getting asked for a
one,
hockey game every
one
single week,
last
but yeah.
time. One last time, Michael. When are we getting a hockey game? that's it. I'm not going to
I
ask
can't
you
tell
anymore.
you,
And I'm done.
we were so
You'll get the
close.
hockey game when
So
Glenn's deck
close.
comes out.
Yeah.
We were
NHL
so close to
94.
getting a
You'll get
hockey
all the
player,
hockey
not
games
even
you
a
want.
hockey, yeah.
So,
You're so
Michael,
close to
there's
Super
always
Blood.
been
Is that what?
there's always a lot of like speculation out there that the community are actually the ones that ruined everything. So you can answer or not, but from being on the inside, how much like did the community affect what you were doing, or did you just listen to us but you already had your plans and motions and things that you were going to do, or did things change because of everybody
Sure.
always throwing out all these titles?
It's both. So a lot of titles that people throw out, we already are aware of, and we've either looked into them or are about to look into them, or we already know certain things that like it's not possible or this and that, right? So with games, it's a little different, right? I can tell you 100% I know what games you guys wanted the whole time. It's not hard for me to tell. It's really easy to see all the time when people are blasting me with games nonstop too. And even really obscure titles versus, really big bang titles, right? No, that's easy. But beyond that, that doesn't necessarily help us. But sometimes it does. There are games that people alerted us of that we found just through the community, which is awesome when that happens too. And like shout out if Prince Malcolm's watching too, the biggest advocate ever for us for sure. Prince Malcolm, who's amazing. Yeah, he'll just find game developers and reach out to them for us too, which is great too. And he did introduce us to a few developers for sure too. And Cuddles, I think, is still watching too. Or I'm sorry, Tiger, Miami Tiger on there nowadays too, right? Yeah. Same thing too. Some of the games that he posted to were not a lot of time. I shouldn't say a lot of times or not a lot of times, but very often I didn't know about them and we go after them. But it doesn't work out, unfortunately, to, you want a game doesn't mean that we can get a game. And it's for one reason or another. If it's an indie title, a modern indie title, it's very different because a lot of times those developers, they just don't have the infrastructure to do it. They don't have the time. They're a hobbyist. They want to move on to the next game. If it's a couple years old, they're just working on a new project already too. So that's the difficulty there. Usually, sometimes they say yes, but a lot of times they say no due to that fact, right? And we're not necessarily going to pay like a minimum guarantee for those kind of games either too, because we don't know if we can recoup the loss. We don't really know how it's going to sell, and even if we could, it doesn't always make it worth it necessarily too. Or again, it doesn't mean that they're going to want to do it. But with arcade licenses, it's a little different, right? So sometimes things are just money. And that's how it goes, unfortunately. Even though we literally do all the work ourselves, we do the emulation for the ROMs, we do all this stuff, we fix it up, we add the leaderboards, we add the online play and everything like that too. But we still have to pay them for it, which is pretty crazy sometimes, honestly, even for obscure arcade titles that you might not even know exist, right? So, or ones that you think. I don't want to name any companies in particular, but that happens a lot too. And big licenses, of course, different story, right? So maybe they can argue that we can sell systems based off their title. Absolutely. But beyond that, it's like, do we really want to pay this astronomical fee? Are we really going to recoup that loss in either game sales, console sales, but we don't make a lot of money off the consoles into the loss later? You have to take all this into account business-wise too. And then on top of that, of course, we have to pay to make our back-end system structures and things too. But yeah, the things that the community says, we absolutely have 100% taken to heart, like nonstop. So things like scan lines, again, that was like a big one back in the day when we were first starting too. Like, remember, I don't know if you guys
Picture
remember.
perfect.
Scan lines, and yeah,
picture perfect, wanting picture perfect.
Because we had that awful Vaseline filter out the gate, and I was like, why do we have this? And then finally got fixed right away. Thank gosh. But yeah, like pixel perfect filtering, and plus you could still swap to Vaseline if you wanted to. But in scan lines and other features like that too, parental lock feature too is a big one too. That took a little work. I shouldn't say a little work. That was honestly a lot of work to put into a system like this too. But those are features that we needed. But the community actually brought those up, and we put them in as fast as we could after that. So, and we moved really quick within the first year, honestly too. And even in the second year, we moved pretty quick. But yeah, so the community has helped us every step of the way. This has 100% been a community project as a business, honestly. So, which is fun. So,
did you see?
Carlo got it about right. Carlo got it about right in the comments.
Yeah. Did you see SMK Aliens question about Michael? Would you do anything different?
Absolutely. But hindsight's always 20/20.
Yeah.
You know, that's how it goes, right? Of course, there's decisions that we made that weren't great, or there's ones that were, we should have pushed more into things too. And again, it's not always my place to remember. I may be the executive producer, but there are people higher up than me at this company, and there are people on a board of directors who control our funding, and sometimes I have to listen to them, even though they might not know the community or what you want. So I do have other people I have to answer to. So unfortunately, that's how it goes sometimes. So it doesn't always pan out. But yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to look through the chat here too.
Everybody's talking about Murtop. Go to Steam, get it, $5.
Yeah, now I'm gonna go to Steam and get it.
Now I'm
I
gonna
was
go to
waiting
Steam
for
and
it to
get
come out on iArcade.
Now that I know it's not coming on iArcade.
Yeah, that would have been a great game, honestly.
That
too.
would have been a great
I
game to
guarantee it
have.
runs right now on my machine. But yeah.
What's the free game coming? You guys doing that? Is that given that I heard on Glenn's stream?
Heavy Metal Titans.
Heavy Metal Titans. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all made by Renzo. So a couple people within the iiRcade community made that game, which is awesome. So yeah.
Michael, there was a post about getting a bunch of free Coleco games on the system. I don't know if they were serious about it. Did you see
Yeah.
that post?
No, I think that was, I don't know if that was Robert or not too.
I think it was.
Yeah, he does have access to those games and stuff like that too.
Is
Probably
it
not.
possible, do you think, before Wednesday to get something? Probably not, right? Like,
I kind of want to end with Heavy Metal Titans, honestly.
You do?
It's a
Okay.
good game to kind of close with.
Kind of makes sense.
For the
Yeah,
community and stuff.
but
because
it'd be
a community game
prophetic
kind of thing.
to end with Coleco
That's
games.
kind of why. So like, and
everybody wants Coleco games.
Oh,
Like,
dear.
come on, man.
Everybody underestimates the Coleco, but every time that we post that stuff, you get this weird backlash of people who are like, "Why are you doing these crappy Coleco games?" And then you get the other half that's like, "I love these Coleco
Yeah,
games." Like,
I know.
welcome to my hell.
Wait, has anybody ever asked you directly what happened to that Coleco Mountain game? It just
Mountain
vanished.
King?
It was a licensing
Mountain
issue.
King.
We
It
had to
was
pull it from
okay.
the
It
store.
just
Mountain King.
vanished, and
Straight up,
nobody
yeah,
really.
It was a
Okay.
licensing issue. There were 3 games from Coleco we
Okay.
had licensed that just ended up somebody made a dispute against them. So at that moment, we had to
wow.
pull them, and
Okay.
they haven't
Okay.
came back since then. Yeah. So people
Makes
who own
sense.
them, they're still on their accounts. Like, I think Mountain.
Mountain King.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Mountain
that
King.
that was one of them for sure too. So they got pulled from the store, but people who had already purchased them, they are still on their accounts,
Okay.
even though you guys can't see them. They're there. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So they can play
Michael,
them.
where are you going next? Are you staying in the gaming?
We'll see. Well, I am. Yeah, I'm games through and through. My degree is game art and design, so
Okay.
I am actually a game designer by trade, even though I'm in production nowadays too. So we'll see. I'm probably gonna end up back in AAA. So I'm coming from AAA and big companies and stuff too. I'll probably end back up there, honestly. But we'll
AAA
see.
the Motor Club.
What?
The Motor Club.
Auto
Sell me
Club,
some
she said.
road
Michael
insurance.
worked on the last Doom. He's let us know that.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
Yeah, I
It's
was.
funny.
Yeah, I was QA on Doom. Yeah, from Doom Eternal and stuff too. But yeah, I've worked on a couple big projects and stuff too. We'll see. Yeah, so that's probably my plan is going back to AAA, but I don't know yet. We'll see who takes me, honestly too. And I have some other people who have now emailed me as of today too. So we'll see. We'll see.
Did
If you guys might see me around still, we'll find out, right? But
Did you move
I'm
to
sure I'll be there.
Chicago, Michael, for this position? Are you from Chicago?
No, I'm from Pennsylvania, actually. But
wow,
I've lived all over
okay.
the world. I actually traveled the world for 2 years straight, owning my own game studio. And then
Okay.
I went to school in California. I worked for Disney for a long time out in California. So I've been there for 7 years. But I'm originally from Pennsylvania. Grew up on a farm, actually. So I'm
Wow.
actually the opposite of tech. So weirdly enough, yeah. So I'm a workhorse through and through. That's why a lot of companies hire me. So, but yeah, so we'll see. But I moved to Chicago for iiRcade. That's how I went. Mid-pandemic, fun times. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, that's the crazy thing, Michael, that this was able to launch during the pandemic and relatively smooth. I mean, go back to 2020 when everybody couldn't get eggs, and here we are getting iiRcades in January.
Well, now we're just
You
paying
know, it was,
$18 for eggs.
you know,
That's how it goes. But
yeah, it's like in toilet paper, and here we are getting Dragon's Lair cabinets in January after the and it was like we took it for granted, I think, at that time on how you guys were working so hard, so fast to get this stuff.
It was very quick. Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
like the rate that we produced a lot of these things too, as a small company, especially too, we really have worked on a skeleton crew pretty much this whole time. We've grown and we've shrunk back down now, but we really have worked on a very, very thin crew the whole time. And it's what they've accomplished, especially like our engineering team and stuff for the back end stuff for the OS. It's incredible, honestly. It's beyond me sometimes even too. Like
most Kickstarters get moved all over the place. And I'm talking like for books that get printed, you pretty much hit your target within relatively a couple months. And it's people who don't work with Kickstarter, I got like 10 Kickstarters that never got produced, gone. And so here you guys, you produced your cabinet, you hit your mark. The quality out of the gate for a Kickstarter, it just
You raised the bar.
it
Totally.
just yeah, and then you never stopped. From there, you added the scan lines, the jukebox. You just kept going and going. I mean, I'm sure you guys
It's
had
a
a
relentless
lot of
pursuit.
sleepless nights.
In fairness, you guys kept asking us for more and more and more, so that's what we did. We tried,
We're-
you know. So
We're
we kind of kept
pigs. If
going.
you give us, we're
So,
just gonna take. We're gonna.
I know. Yep.
They
You
feed
know?
him from the trough.
Feed me.
Yeah.
Michael,
totally fine.
I have an important question.
Mhm.
Okay. What is the future for the rest of the companies in this industry? If you guys couldn't survive, what is your take on the rest? Now, I'll say one thing. I was talking to a guy who works for ALU at Games,
Mhm.
and I can't say too much because he didn't give me much.
Sure.
But he said we are working on something big on the horizon, and he wouldn't tell me what, but I do know of a couple things that they're coming out with and doing. But is this inevitable for some other companies as well? And when I talk about at Games, I'm just
Yeah.
talking about from the arcade realm. Yeah, they'll always
the
do
home
their
arcade
crappy
space in general.
consoles and they'll do all that.
Yeah.
But where's the 4K pinball? Where's the where's the new ALUs? Is that what's your take on it now that you've seen it firsthand? Are these companies in trouble?
Or they got to pivot.
I don't want to talk too much on the companies yet right now, unfortunately. But
Because you might wind up at
You might
one.
be trying to get a job at one of them, so might want
Right.
to keep that in mind.
Michael's in demand.
Yeah, so I see
Yeah.
100% you can see trends over the past couple of years. You can easily identify them, especially from our point of view too. There's things that we've seen from our end of things for our customer base beyond, and watching other companies and them kind of moving at the same sort of things that we're kind of looking at and things. Well, not necessarily that, but we can see the patterns that they have and the patterns that we have, and then we can extrapolate from that. And you can see sales data beyond for our data, as well as kind of what you can kind of pick and clean from their data as well too, what you can see on the outside too, because I don't have information on some of those companies as well.
Michael, can you get Nielsen data for them?
Huh?
Michael, I work in marketing as well.
Yeah.
I know what you can get.
What I can't say is I'm not sure the life of specifically. So we call ourselves a console too, right? Of course, but we're very different. We're kind of unique in the fact that we truly are an arcade console. We're a full stand-up machine, right?
Yeah.
But an actual console, say not an Xbox, not a PlayStation, not a Switch. Of course, those are fine. They're the giants. They're the juggernauts. They're not going anywhere for decades to come, probably, right? But like, I mean, the Amico's never coming to light, God. But beyond that,
How is the Amico not bankrupt than you are, Michael? I'm sorry.
I mean,
come on.
I mean, they are.
Come on,
It's been
but
about
not
4 years that they have
officially.
been, but that's a different story entirely.
Yeah,
so I don't.
yeah.
Anyway. But so the consoles like that, I'm not quite sure, honestly. I can tell you, I don't want to talk about the Evercade too much, but like I like the Evercade as a product. I think it's really cool. I think what they're doing is pretty cool, and they have an interesting concept because they not only do just like they do arcade games, but the way they package them in cartridges makes them more of a collector's item, which appeals to a lot of you guys, honestly, too, right? Because this is home arcade, this is like retro collecting. So they have a really cool little niche there too. So I actually like the Evercade a lot, honestly. But as far as other like home arcade machine kind of things too, I will say that if you're gonna create a replica, make a freaking replica of the machine. Honestly, one of the companies does it really well in a very small form, right? So I like them a lot. But if you're gonna make a replica, stick to replicas. I get that there's sacrifices that have to be made for one reason or another, necessarily for approvals. But if it's just for packaging and pricing, make a replica, because that's clearly what all of you guys want. It's very easy to see. If that's the route you're going to go. For other things like to be able to like side load on and play and things like that, we'll see. I think there's still a bigger market for that, honestly. I think at this point in time, it's hard to say too. We're coming out of the pandemic now too. The pandemic was the boom for all this stuff too, especially 100%. It helped a lot in a lot of ways, right? So it definitely helped a lot. But beyond that, we'll see. I think there's still room for it 100%. I think home arcade scene is dying a little bit, honestly, to be honest, but in a little different ways. But I do think it's going to come back in a very different way than you guys might think. But I think that a lot of people are moving towards more towards what Rex is doing, right? Buying full-size machines and stuff too, like the Stern and stuff like that too. I see a lot more people buying full-size Sterns, especially, which is crazy to me. Sorry, not like crazy to me, but like crazy in the fact that like how the
not on a teacher's salary.
Like, we know Rex is crazy.
Cheap
props, Rexer.
Top-line products, because Sterns are amazing. They're top quality. Nothing's going to beat them. It's a real pinball table, right?
It's a real machine,
Yeah, so I think I see a lot more people sort of buying that stuff who are in the space now. They're buying full-size machines and they're restoring them, or they're buying pinball machines from Stern or more that stuff. So
Yeah.
room for, 3/4 or different kind of stuff too, maybe. But I think I do see a lot more people buying like real machines, if that makes sense, right? So it's kind
I
of where I
just
think it's going now.
I
But
bought
I
my
think
my golden tea's a year old now, and I just picked up an arcade collection cheap, and I'm going to restore it, Michael, just like you said. So I have two kind of full size machines now from this community.
Yeah.
Because you kind of get a taste of it, but you don't feel full when you play some of these until you get the real thing.
It's different.
Tell them how
it's
long
different,
it's been since you played your at games.
Oh, my at games
Confess.
pinball.
Confess.
It's been months since I put the pinball on.
Really?
It's been
I had
months.
it on
Yeah.
yesterday.
But I
Yeah,
play
same
the
here.
at games
Yeah,
ultimate
I
all the
yesterday.
time.
Mine's broken.
You look-
My control panel went out.
Oh,
It's a paperweight, but
Mine did too.
I'm
The
gonna get it
same thing that
repaired.
happened to Brad.
I'm gonna get it
happened to me. It's
repaired.
Just got to
but
replace the
yeah,
the
right
deck.
now it's non-functional, but I do like it.
I mean, digital pinball wise, though, yeah, everybody always asks us, like, are you going to make a digital pinball table and stuff? I was like, why would I compete with that games? Like, their table is
Why?
perfect
Yeah.
the way it is. Like,
Yeah.
It is.
I have no reason to do that.
Yeah.
They already have the market. Like, we probably could make a better one, quite honestly. So I was like, that's it.
Yeah, I
Why
think
would do that?
price and what you get, they pretty much.
Yeah, that's
the-
the quality product. Like
the
if you're
digital
gonna do
pinball
like,
too. It is a gateway to real pinball, which is amazing. And
Which
you can
again, that's-
support you can support real playing games on location pinball.
Yeah.
And I would tell anyone that's into the home arcade hobby, if you can't afford a pinball, just go to places that have games on location and play.
Yeah.
You don't need
Yeah.
to spend a
Yeah.
fortune.
Yeah.
Enjoy
That's
the
true.
hobby.
I
past
think
couple
digital
years-
pinball from at games is kind of like a gateway to better digital pinball, like FX, right?
Yeah.
And then FX is a gateway to, well, let me get a real pinball. Kev almost bought a real pinball today. He was looking at one there. Should have pulled
Something
the
came-
trigger.
it's not over yet. Something came across a full size pinball, working condition, $400.
Yeah.
And my
Old
wife
one.
and my it's a 1986. It's worth more than $400. And I'm like, I could just go. It's a mile away from my house. I'm like, I could just get this, and I just need space. That's the big issue.
I'm
but
ready to do the opposite. I'm ready to empty out my entire house,
empty out everything.
top to
Yeah.
bottom, just go full
Yeah.
VR with everything.
Yeah.
Just live in VR.
But I wanted to say about the companies and there's always somebody who survives, but
Sure.
even if it's even if it's Arcade 1UP that survives, I still think there's going to be downsizing. There's going to be strategy changes.
There's
You are
gonna be
not
strategy
I
changes
100% agree.
you are not going to see these unique titles anymore come out because
No.
they just
The world's
don't
changed. The world's
sell.
changed.
Rehash
Yeah.
and
Post
recycle.
pandemic.
I think
They
they're going to
They
stick with
released
whatever.
all Arcade 1UP released all of one cabinet that was new, Fast and Furious.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we saw how that turned out.
Not
Yeah.
even up here in Canada. We're not
Yeah.
getting it.
One new title.
We're only
And then
getting
rehashed
cabinets
everything.
out of
They
their
did the deluxes though
latest
too, right?
lineup up here.
this year.
It's the same
Nobody-
motherboard,
Just a
the
rehash.
same
Yeah.
games.
Sure.
It's a rehash. Nobody cares about the deluxes, and I think that they're going to stick with what can I sell at QVC on QVC. What can I sell there? What those are the type of products.
Casino
Almost
cade.
going back to like countercades and wallcades and just stuff that is easier to sell, easier to ship, easier to store, all that stuff.
Rexer, you want the I Wheel of Fortune case.
Put his hand
Yeah,
through
I
that
think-
thing.
Get your pre-order.
I think what Arcade 1UP, like at this point, as far as 3/4, their big seller is Pac-Man, and I think after this year they've pretty much perfected it. I don't know what else they could do
They might have
as
exhausted
far
the
as like
market,
in the
so
scale to make it any better.
They
But
haven't released
I
Baby
agree with
Pack
that
yet.
statement.
That
How
Baby
much
Pack
more
still
can you
needs to
do?
come out.
Yeah.
Well, they've damaged their
Upgrade
company
it.
by releasing the same cabinet every 3 months. It's one thing to buy an iPhone once a year. It's one thing to buy Pac-Man every quarter, and they've run that well dry. They need to pivot to something more than Pac-Man and something that we need that's new, like Time
Well,
Crisis,
well,
Fast and Furious.
But
So
when
be-
you buy an
that,
iPhone
though.
every year, you get something better, whether it's a better camera, better screen
Yeah.
resolution, better something. When you get
That's
an
true.
Arcade 1UP again, all you get is a different shape. That's
Yeah.
all
But
you
you're
get.
buying
get
an
different
old arcade
shape.
machine is what you're supposed to be buying. It's not supposed to be
Yeah.
getting better.
I think there's
Yeah.
just
You really
there's,
think about it.
Yeah,
there's
replica.
an issue though too right now with so everything. I mean, we're in a different age right now, especially after the pandemic with
Yep.
retail specifically, right? So I think that any company focused on retail in a larger project product specifically, they're not wanting that shelf space taken up right now by a larger product. They're not.
Yeah.
They're done after the pandemic, honestly.
Yeah.
And that's dwindling down. A lot of places are dropping big products like ours and things in this kind of space. They're too big. They're too bulky. They take up too much space to store. They're too costly. That's how it is too. That's why you see these fire sales at retail a lot right now.
Well, they
too,
know.
especially. So
we're in like 6,000 retail stores, and with my product, they know exactly how much square foot of space sells.
100%.
And when you have 8 cabinets sitting there for 8 months, that is $1 million of shelf space in their head, and it's gone. Why do you think they're Best Buy exclusives now? And it's like they're selling that as a good thing. No, because Best Buy is the only idiots left that wants them, and they store them in your warehouse. They drop ship them now, probably. They're not in Best Buy's warehouse. They
you
learned
pick
that
up a tag
lesson.
that says, "Hey,
Yes,
hide,"
you get
and
the
then it'll be delivered in a couple
yes,
weeks.
yeah.
Hey,
So
hold
they've
on.
learned that
Kevin-
lesson.
Kevin Clausen has a comment. You guys don't know what you're missing. The new Pac-Man comes with stickers.
And a tin sign. Did we get a tin sign, Kevin?
Tin sign too.
And a stool. Yep.
And a stool and a mat so you to get stressed.
And
So,
maybe
yeah.
a version of Pac-Man that nobody cares about, another version.
But in this space,
So-
it's definitely everything's 100% shifting towards direct to consumer. I don't know who
Yeah.
doesn't really see that at this point. And beyond that too, then so that's a big shift for marketing teams and stuff too, which is understandable. But yeah, so you have to really watch reputations and things like that. They matter a lot right now,
Yeah.
especially when you're moving into this kind of non-retail
Right.
space when people aren't just picking up your boxes on the shelves anymore. They're picking up your company in
Yeah.
essence, right? When you go to a website and when you do your SEO and everything like that, you have to project the right image, the right everything essentially too. And if there's a community based around that and people actually go and read reviews or community
For
things
Paul.
like that, there's going to be a big issue if you tarnish that, right? So
Kev, tell them
Yeah.
tell them about Rec Room Masters.
Yeah, we were
What
just looking at
I remember this company.
we were just poking around, and they went out of business, and somebody bought them. We were literally just looking at them, and they sell the kits, and you're looking at 1,600 without a
Yeah.
monitor and without the pie, just for wood. And
Yeah.
it's like, that's a direct to consumer product. I didn't even see what shipping was in that. Rexer, Rexer, what was shipping on that product on top of the 1,600? I mean,
crazy.
you're looking at $2,000. At that point, you're
I
at
gotta do
Games
a
Legend.
Brad.
Oh, yeah, wait, what
Oh,
happened?
look at
you
that!
know-
One up,
Rexer,
Brad.
Rexer
Oh,
has
no.
Pac-Man.
Hey, Kev Grit.
It's like I passed it through the internet to him.
Yeah. Atari
No, but
Flight.
on Rec
You know
Room,
how
though,
much shipping was?
Dude, I'm a retro
gonna be
gamer.
for my GRS control panel up
How
to me in
much?
Canada, $70.
$70 to
To
get
ship
Glenn's
that.
panel to Canada. See, that's crazy.
But my point with Rec
Absolutely
Room Masters
crazy.
was, we thought they went out of business.
Yeah, we thought they were
Pull that
out. Somebody
out.
picked them up.
And I thought somebody
Somebody-
just bought the plans, right? And
Yeah.
they bought their rights
Thank you,
to their
Paul.
plans and their designs. And then when we went on the site, it was like, hey, buy a Rec Room Masters. And
Yeah.
here's all the artwork combinations. And we were looking at them, and yeah, they were expensive, but man, did they look awesome. I mean,
They
were
look
big.
good.
They
They're
looked
bigger.
really good.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
always knew Rec Room Masters, but that made me think like, okay, before the 3/4 scale companies came in 4 years ago, these
Yep.
DIY companies were successful, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
They were living and thriving. And then this boom of this thing came. Now that boom is ending, do the
Yeah.
DIY kit companies, are
back.
they
Maybe.
back? Like
Maybe.
are people
Good.
going, yeah, you know what? Buying 12 machines wasn't really all it's cracked up to be.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
rather
Yeah.
just have one. And they're going
Really good one.
back to
One good
these
one, yep.
DIY
One
kits.
really super high quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
And they're nice.
I'm stoked with what I'm getting with Glenn's deck. You know,
I am too.
that's
I am
I'm
too.
looking. I was looking for a quality multicade. I'll
Yeah.
probably still pick up an ad games, but like
Mhm.
I'm not. I don't have space for 50 of these cabinets.
Right.
Which is
I
most
just
people
don't-
now. Yep.
Yeah.
I-
Which most
I
people now
just-
are realizing it.
I
You know?
want to do a few, and I want to expand in my content in other ways. And I'm looking at things. So
I do get that people want to have that sort of effect of an arcade, right? That they want to walk into their basement or whatever room and stuff that they're in, and they do want to have that sort of pseudo feeling of an arcade, right? So I get the people who want to buy a ton of machines like that and make it look that way. Totally makes sense. But you can do that with a handful of machines, and there's a way to do it. So we were actually playing around with a couple concepts to sort of do this, honestly. But they're never going to come to light now. But there are ways to do it without having to, buy 10 machines with just one game that you're going to play on and stuff. There are ways to do it with multi-game stuff too, and without cheaper than than people expect to, honestly. But that's a different plan for another day for me. But yeah,
I think though there's also something about walking into somebody's house, right?
Yeah.
And you have maybe one real arcade, one
Really
good
good looking
arcade,
machine.
and one pinball machine, and that's
yeah,
it.
100%.
And
Yeah,
and I think it like you know, walking into an arcade room sometimes is overwhelming for people who aren't arcades. But if you have one Pac-Man, you know, just a real Pac-Man, and
Yeah.
it's in your house somewhere, it doesn't have to be tucked away in some loft or attic or whatever. It fits in with the house, right?
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
make one arcade and one pinball fit in with the decor of the house. You know, you can't make 12,
Look at
15
Brad.
one-ups.
Like when you
Look
fly
at
off,
Brad.
you have
Look at
10
Brad
screens
I've got
behind
10.
you.
I've got
You have
10.
Atari cartridges at
That's it.
hand's reach.
So
Yeah.
I just think there's something
It's a
about that. Like
sickness.
if I
That's
walked
it.
into somebody's nice house and they had one pinball and one,
yeah.
you know,
it's that
real
pristine
arcade
condition
machine,
and
I
everything.
think
yeah.
that's cool. You know, I
think
think
so
like,
too.
yep,
Yeah.
you know. So, and one day I'll probably downsize to the same thing. And like I was telling Kev, this will be my corner and that's it. I'll have
Yeah.
3 or 4 and that's it. You
Yeah.
know,
I kind of
And-
agree with Rexer because, you know, I kept getting more and more. And then I started to realize, you know what? I think I was happier when I had less of them.
yeah.
It's like,
You know, you got 2
Yeah.
or 3 lined up
I don't
and you're
play
like,
it
oh, cool,
anymore.
I'm going to go
I'm
play
at
this one,
capacity.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been here the whole time. I'm just letting
I
these
was,
guys talk. And
I was in my bedroom and I had
The
like
layout's better without
7
me on it.
arcade cabinets in my bedroom, and I was like, "Nah, this has got. They're all gotta go." I'm like down to 3 because it was just
sometimes
like,
less
no.
is just better.
You couldn't even
It-
walk around. There's just arcade
Sometimes.
cabinets. I'm like,
Half of this
no.
stuff in my background like just winds up being atmosphere. Like I literally
Yeah,
never
exactly.
play some of the
Exactly.
cabinets. I play on
Sell it.
the iArcade. I play the pinball.
Yeah.
I play the
Yeah.
Legends Ultimate. Every once in a while, I'll jump on my Atari 12-in-1 that you can't see.
What?
It still
Of
blows my
the
mind, like,
one-ups, what do you
the-
play, Brooklyn? The
the-
Ridge Racer?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Out of all of them,
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I
He doesn't even know.
I never
PSVR.
I literally never play the MVC2. Like it's pretty much just there for show. I just don't like fighting games, you know, and I thought maybe getting that
That would
like
push
I
you
could
into
get
liking them,
myself
but-
into it, but I just don't feel like I don't know, I don't get I more enjoy watching people that know how to play them battle each other than me just like I feel like I'm just hitting buttons and I have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm the
So,
same way.
Yeah.
I'm probably the only person that bought the MVC2 and played the Super Nintendo games on it, you know, more than the actual fighting games.
Yeah, I'm the guy that got the Killer Instinct, and I'm like, Battletoads is
Battletoads.
awesome. You
I would
know,
say-
it's like
I really love
But-
my Atari 12-in-1,
Yeah.
especially
I appreciate people.
once I
like
got
it.
Glenn's Spinner and Trackball on there. You know, those games are timeless.
Yep.
And to be able to
Right.
play them on
Well,
an
come on,
arcade
come on,
cabinet
hold
with the
on,
proper
Brooklyn.
controls is a lot of
Hold
fun.
on.
And I like my Defender Partycade.
Yeah.
Arc Bar isn't timeless on that cabinet.
No, it isn't. But Centipede is great.
Centipede,
Even
Millipede, Crystal
even when-
Castles, yeah.
you know, it's not as good when it's in the wrong aspect ratio, but
Yeah.
it's a great game. The game itself is great.
Yeah,
And
but when you realize that all those games are on your At Games Legend stock
yeah,
and more, like Black Widow's on the At Games Legend
I know.
stock.
That games
come
has a
on,
good
and Centipede
collection.
and
Yesterday,
Millipede and-
I was
know?
highly enjoying pinball because they're doing these challenges now, and that's what makes things fun when
Oh,
you
yeah.
know people that are playing in them. So
yeah.
I just popped on the one table that's the
Yeah.
challenge for the week, looked at the scores and said, like, I can't even break 300,000, and these people are hitting like 28 million. So
Yeah,
then I talked to
23,
Nick,
wow.
asked, he's playing it, he gives me
Yeah.
some strategies, and that's fun, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm
Yeah.
focusing on that one table. I have like what, over 200 tables on that thing?
Exactly.
No,
You're
but
not gonna
pinball,
blow
it
them all.
pinball is
You're not-
amazing. You know Punk Rock Dave from the iArcadians? He joined a pinball league, and now he goes and he plays real pinball with a bunch of guys,
Nice.
and they compete, and it's fun. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like that
Yeah.
that Stern has those like QR codes that you can scan now, attach to your account for your high
Yep.
scores.
Yep. That's what
Yeah.
I yeah.
Mhm.
Smartest thing.
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that
Yeah.
when I was watching Rexer set up his new pinball machine. That,
Yeah, you know what,
you-
Brooklyn, though, I wanted to say too is, you know how you say you don't, you're not really a big fan of fighting games. When I see people who go out and buy every single cab of every single genre of every single, I'm like, it's impossible for you to be a fan of every single genre. Like, I don't like shooting games really,
Except
not
for
really
Papa.
big into steering. You know, how can you like fighting games and you know, every single genre of game, you have to get that cab or have that game. You have to look back at some time and say, you know, I really don't like that game, or I really don't like, I don't like Killer Instinct. Like, I'm a fighting guy, and I played that when it first came out, and I remember it, you know, like the day it came out, and it was battling right after MK2 and right before MK3. And I was like, I just don't like it. But some people, they just keep buying and buying. You can't like every genre, and it's okay not to like a game. It's okay to say, I don't like Centipede and Millipede, and you know, but people just they keep buying this stuff, and it's like, no, wait, get what you really like and enjoy. And it's okay to say you don't like fighting games, you know?
Yeah, that's why a lot of people would laugh at us at some of the games that we enjoyed on the iArcade. But I was honest when I said, like, if they brought out Street Fighter 2 next week, I'd rather be playing this game because it's just what I like. It doesn't mean that I wouldn't be happy for the other people that enjoy that one, but it's just not my style of game. I don't get anything out of it. I'll get more out of a beat 'em up where I'm walking through a level and fighting than just the constant same battles over and over again with the same couple of fighters. It just, I lose interest in it pretty quick.
I realized that really there's only 2 cabinets I was ever playing, and it was the iArcade and the Big Blue. Like, everything else was kinda like just there.
Yeah.
That's
For
typical
no
though too.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's most
And it's
people
like,
just
oh,
about
I
the
like
game.
it a
We're
little
gonna play a
bit,
couple.
but
About
you
the
know,
game.
I like it a little bit, but do I like it enough for $600, or do I
Yeah.
like it
You
enough
have to own it.
for five? You know,
Yeah.
that's the
You have to
question.
own a
You know,
tribute to
does
it.
everybody like Pac-Man? Yes. You know, but you know, do you love it? Do you play it? You know, if you have Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man, are you really going to go to Miss, you know, Pac-Man? Or how many times have you played Pac-Man since you
Oh,
bought Pac-Man?
first of
You
all,
know,
let
it's
me
like,
Rexer, you're never going to get Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man together. That
right.
will never ever
Exactly.
happen.
Exactly.
So I
you know,
mean,
but
Yeah.
I would
you
get
know,
bored of
Unless you
those
have a
too.
multi-game.
and don't forget, I got Pac-Man on my ALU and Miss Pac-Man. So,
Yeah.
well, you know, it's like, holy smokes, you know, you
What
gotta
can't
draw
you
the
get
line
Pac-Man
somewhere,
on at this
you
point in
know?
time? It's
Yeah, exactly.
iArcade.
on
iArcade.
everything.
Oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute. Glenn's deck will be coming.
I set
I'm
myself
reminded
up
of
for
that
that
every
one,
day.
Michael.
Yeah, kind of push.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
yeah, that would have been a big grab for iArcade, but I get bored of that one pretty quick too, because
People love to they love to collect shiny new things. I've learned, especially over the past 3 years. They love new,
Yeah.
not just new games, but they like big new things to buy.
Yeah.
For some reason, they have to spend hundreds of dollars
Yes.
every couple months on them for some reason too. And
I
like,
was happy
I mean,
just
good on
picking
you
up
guys
my
if you
new
want to do
games
it and
for
you can afford it.
$6 and playing and
Yeah.
enjoying them.
I really
you guys
enjoy.
were
You mentioned
around.
Evercade earlier. I just love that thing. I
It's
don't
good. I
enjoy
like
the
the
I
concept.
don't enjoy the games that are on there that are also on iArcade, because playing certain games in an arcade environment, you can't
It's different than with a
beat
controller,
that.
sure.
Yeah, it
But
can
I
be
do
great, yeah.
love. I always considered like the Evercade. Think of like the iArcade, but with console stuff. Like real, you find like this real underground stuff that you never heard of, and you really get introduced to some good games, and having them on the physical cartridge is great too.
Michael, was there any interaction, since there was so much overlap with Evercade and there's so many titles that we wanted, like Xeno Crisis, and like there were some decent games that could have came over.
Yeah.
Was there any like discussion that they can help you get games, or is it like not, like how does that work? Or
No, we never really talked to Evercade, honestly.
Okay.
It's one company I can say that we've just never honestly really talked with too. But they're in the UK, in fairness. too,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
their licensing though is very similar to ours. You can tell because we have a lot of the
Yes.
same titles, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
that's how licensing works. You can tell in us and like at games as well too, right? They have a lot of the same titles often. There's reasons for that too, because these companies will license them at either certain prices or they'll license them. They will actually just license them properly, which is nice too. You deal with some of these other companies that we might not have, and that Evercade might not have even too, and they either want like astronomical numbers that just are out of our reach. It's like we don't want to pay $500,000 for a handful of games right now, because it's a lot, and that's a realistic sum, by the way, too.
Wow.
Yeah, because we paid that before, but beyond that, yeah, go figure.
Speculate.
Yeah.
What did they pay?
So that's a lot of the time that's it. So like with a company like Evercade, right? They're not selling a machine like that. They're going to sell you that cartridge, right? So if they pay a huge amount of money for, 10 games on that cartridge, 15 games on that cartridge, 20 even, what do they put on that? are they going to recoup the loss? How many cartridges are they going to sell of that, right? And at what price are they going to sell that out to recoup that loss? That's because that's their entire business, right?
But they don't change the prices, so you're getting, let's say, 15 Toplin games for $20.
Yeah,
Who's
like
making
20
who's
bucks.
making money on that, Michael? Like
Sure.
when you
Yeah.
cut it all up, what's left after $20? It's
Depends
crazy.
because they probably get very different licensing deals than we get because they're on a
Okay.
cartridge. So we have companies,
Okay.
of course, some companies don't want to be on the same cab, right? So that's again the problem with the multi-cade sometimes, right? Some companies don't want to play nice. They just don't want to play nice with each other. If you have a title game on this cab, you cannot have a Pokemon game on this cab, say, right? That's not the case.
Wow.
but just
Yeah.
for example,
Yeah,
that's
something
how it
like
goes,
that.
right? So that's why you won't see certain titles on the same cab ever from any company because those companies will not play nice together and they will never do it unless they starkly change their ways, right? It's like
Yeah.
putting Xbox games on a PlayStation, right?
Right.
Really, Xbox would be fine with that, but like putting a Sony game on a Microsoft platform, it's not
No.
going to fly.
See,
So that's how it
and-
works sometimes too with licensing. So a cartridge
that-
system, same way.
Yeah,
But yeah.
Michael, that's where it goes back to, would you guys have been better off making a Tato cab with just Tato games
Potentially.
and a Tato design than a Toplin cab with with one design,
Mhm.
and,
Yeah,
and selling
potentially.
multiple, forcing people to buy multiple cabs, right?
Sure.
Instead of trying to do what's right and
Yeah,
give
Rcade won 'em
everybody
all.
most of the
Yeah.
games on one cab,
Yeah.
right?
But again,
And
different
that could
business
have,
proposition for us. We sell the cab as loss leader because we're a console. We make money off the games. That's what we've always
Yeah.
done. So it's just a very different business model entirely.
Yeah.
So that's why we are not really comparable to like an Arcade 1-Up or Nat Games. Honestly, we're all in
Yeah.
very different categories. People don't realize that. Licensing realizes that though too. So like other companies might be in a toy category, even though they're the same size machine almost as us too. But we're not in that category. And then we have to deal with their console division for this game system and stuff too, which is crazy sometimes. So we get separated like that too, which makes licensing very messy. That's how it goes sometimes. It's not always logical, mind you, by the way, too. I wish it was, it's just not. But yeah, could we have just made like multiple cabs with, a handful of games on them from different companies? Sure. It's just a very different business plan than what we wanted to do, honestly, is really what it is. So we
Yeah.
wanted to make an arcade ecosystem with consoles. That's really what we set out to do. And that's what we're trying to do. So
yeah. All right. Well, you guys, I've overstayed my welcome, and my
Yeah,
wife's
I
going to
gotta
kill
go.
me because we
Yeah,
got to
it's
go
gonna
watch
be-
some Succession, or she'll rip my head off, and I don't want to be in the doghouse. Brooklyn, thanks for having me on.
Rexer, thank you so
Steph,
much for stopping in.
Everyone,
Good
Nick,
seeing you, Rexer.
Papa Brad, Michael,
Good seeing you,
Kev Grad, I
Rexer.
see you
Right on.
so much
Kev.
as it is.
All
I
right,
don't know if
Rexer.
you're breaking
Thank
too,
you
but
for having me.
Yeah,
And
I'm
everybody in the
gonna-
chat, we'll see
I just
ya.
want to say, Michael, it's probably my last time I'm ever going to see you on a stream
we'll
with
see.
me. Thank you so much for your dedication, your passion, and your knowledge to the iRcade and the community. We respected you, we love you, and we wish you
100%.
nothing but success in the future, my
you.
friend. Thank you so
Agreed.
much.
Appreciate it.
Agreed.
So I appreciate
yeah,
it.
100%.
Yeah.
Kev, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow night, man.
Yeah, we'll talk about getting something going on steps.
Yeah, I'll hit you
Papa, Next, Brooklyn.
Yep.
I appreciate you
Absolutely.
guys. Michael, Godspeed, my friend. Talk to you later.
Later.
All right, there they go
Wow.
from the Rexer show. Rexer and Kev Gret. Let's talk bad about them now that they're not here anymore.
I can't talk bad about them.
No, it's not. Let's
not.
just move on to the next
Let's
next
not.
topic.
Why,
The next
Steps?
part of the show.
I need some sort of beef going on. Or no one's gonna watch my show. Come on, let's start some problems
Are
with those two
are
guys.
you a drama channel?
I'm friends with Kev in real. He's my real life friend. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've met Rex in
I
real
love
life,
Kev Brett.
at least in fairness.
yeah, I met you, but
met-
I met
oh,
the,
that's true.
the
Yeah, we met-
mustachioed
yeah.
Michael. I want to
Let's
meet
see,
the
I-
non-mustache Michael.
Yeah, I met Michael and I met Brooklyn. Yeah,
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm a nice person in real life.
You were quiet the whole time and hit out with a
Yes,
camera.
I don't talk to anybody.
It's true. I'm just mad because Brooklyn stole my Yingling and I can't get it out here. So, because he knows that's my beer.
I
You can get
polished
Yingling
off
in
a couple of
Indiana.
them.
You could just drive.
You can't in Illinois though. It makes no sense. I don't understand it, but
You could just drive an hour away, right? And get it.
I guess. I don't know. Is Indiana an hour away from me?
Where in Indiana would you have?
I
to
guess
hit
on the
from
corner,
Chicago?
yeah, if you
you
hit
could
the corner of
probably get to
Indiana.
Gary.
Yeah, oh, very Indiana. That's fair. All right.
Yeah.
So that was so nice. Everyone popped in. So, I wasn't going to interrupt, let everyone have a nice chat. But are you ready to get to week 2 and possibly the final week of the summer games? We have this wheel I'll bring up. There it is. We have 4 new games this week that are all currently online on the iArcade.
Are any of these
But
games going to take 90
hopefully they're
minutes,
still online.
like last week? when
And
I
we
got
have the
baseball?
4 hosts. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spin the wheel, and then one game and one host will be picked. And then at that time, anyone in the chat room, get ready. You could just we'll start up a game, and whoever jumps in first can challenge us. If no one pops in, we have a backup plan. We'll just play against each other. But Mike, you gonna hang out for this segment?
Yeah, I'll probably actually head out in like
Okay.
5 minutes here, but I'll be on.
All right.
for that, so, yeah.
Well, if you head out while we're playing, thank you so much for joining us.
Michael.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
iArcade or not, you know you're our friend. You're always welcome to.
Thanks for stopping by, Tony. It's good seeing you.
chat,
Take
Take care,
whatever.
bud.
You guys know that I actually play the games.
Welcome to the stream,
Absolutely.
Chaotic
Gamers
BPR.
Games are. Oh yeah.
Well, we're about to really play the games too. Let's spin the wheel for week 2 of the summer games.
That was awesome.
Let's go.
There we go.
That was a good bro.
Psyched.
I think you're just like spinning wheels, man.
I hope
This
it's
is double wheels. All right.
It is go, go, go.
With Brad.
Looks like
Looks
Papa
like
And
Brad.
me. All right.
Papa Brad is up.
Do this.
One of my favorite games, Papa Brad.
It is go, go, go. It is Papa
Good
Brad's gaming. Papa Brad, get go, go, go fired up. Oh, I'm buzzed. I'm gonna be so easy to beat.
Supposed to make you play better.
Let's bring Papa Brad up.
Space Invaders.
That works.
This isn't a summer game.
In space it
Brad.
is.
Okay. Let's do this one.
Oh, me, huh?
There we go.
There we are.
Come on, Carlo.
And get us some
First one, get in
sound. I think Carlo wanted to face you in this. That's so crazy that I actually picked you.
I know. This is a game that I thought I wanted to play too. Let's see. Go, go, go.
When you get a
Online
goal,
play. Let's see who shows up. Create a
when you
room.
get a goal, I'm gonna shout "Goal, goal, goal." How about that?
So Michael,
Like a good
what's
plan.
gonna happen next week when we hit online play? Is it just gonna play like a laugh track?
No,
Go. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah.
it'll probably be taken away from the
Hey,
game.
It is Carlo.
It is
Yeah.
Carlo.
So you won't see the screen anymore that pops up. This is local or online. It'll just be normal. So it'll just go straight to the instruction screen.
What's going to happen to the screensaver when we still have a screensaver?
The attract mode.
Track
Unless
mode.
I make a new one, it's staying on the one. That's
Please
on
make
there.
a new one. You know what? I have most of them recorded.
Ah, that's true.
So
I
I do
have them
have
all
the
on the
U
drive
log
here,
if
too,
anybody
yeah.
wants
Got 'em
that.
all. People have been
That's
asking me about that too. Yeah, if we make a new
Maybe
one,
I
too.
could-
I don't know if I'm gonna have the time honestly to make a new one too. Like I'm chilling right
Right.
now, but I gotta make a new one if I want.
Anyone that wants the U log, $39.99. Just hit me up. I'll send it to you.
Well, someone asked if you can make that like a game, like you just hit an app and then it's the Yule log, like you could enter it that way.
Well, that's entire software change, so I can't do
Yeah,
that.
you can't do that.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, don't have
but
time for that.
Well,
But
here.
someone was wondering if that could be done.
There's gonna be no there's gonna be no track mode. It's just gonna be the U log year round.
That's right.
people ask me, like, I was
Christmas.
like, "Ah,
Christmas
maybe,
all
no
year
problem.
Why
long.
not?
I can
Why
do
not?
it."
Mexico's probably pretty good.
Thanks, Michael. I just bought this one because of online play.
Oh, go! Yeah.
So we got Team Mexico
Maybe I'll-
versus Team
Maybe my
Switzerland.
wife will play soccer against me.
This is a good one. I think Go is like my second favorite, but like Evolution Soccer is, I think, the best on the system for soccer games in my opinion.
I'm not like a big sports game fan, but playing them online against people is a good time. So Brad is player one, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yes.
Playing
yeah.
against
Team Mexico.
Carlo, brand new iArcade owner.
Carlo is Switzerland.
Go.
Nice save, Brad.
The right direction. This way, Forrest.
Oh, he's just going. He's deacon. Not even passing. He's going all the way.
This is
All the
looking good for
way.
Brad.
Oh, what a save by Carlo!
Carlo with a
That's
save.
denied.
Denied.
Ball back at midfield. Carlo going down the pitch.
Ooh, knock him over.
Oh,
Not
tackle.
playing fair.
Tackle by
playing
Papa
dirty.
Brad. Oh, another tackle by Carl. Oh, steals the ball. There's the pass. Getting close to the goal. Is he? Oh no, another tackle. Papa Brad back on the offensive. Past midfield. Carlo catching up. He's going for the tackle, but oh, he backed off. What is Papa Brad doing? He's all over the place.
Confusing him.
Oh, nice save, Carl. Oh.
Get it.
So you can go for that one-timer. Get a nice pass and then a boom. Oh, just dropped him. Yellow card. Oh, man. And just a free-for-all. The ref is just turning a blind eye to all
Yeah,
these
no goals
penalties.
yet.
I remember when this was first coming out for online too. We were testing it. The online with the rollback and stuff. It wasn't quite working for this game. We had to do a lot of adjustments because the map that you see on the bottom of the screen, the players would just start drifting off of it in random directions, so it made no sense all the time. And we got so confused, and then realized it was a bug.
How do you fix bugs in games?
It all depends on the game, especially with these ROM games. It's a little different. Yeah, I can tell you how in like a modern game engine, much different than fixing the ROMs. So
Even if you told me, I probably wouldn't understand. It's playing well. The online always plays good once you connect. It's just always the music that we get a little
audio
bit
is rough,
wonky.
yeah, because it doesn't like the rollback sometimes in the ROM games. It's always been kind of a thing that we've like tried to improve, but it's very difficult to do.
So person to person's not an option either. It sounds like.
So peer-to-peer still connects through the server. So the server itself connects you, and then you play via that person's connection, essentially, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So peer-to-peer isn't now.
Oh,
It
no
won't really be an
points.
option at the time.
Didn't you hear the big announcement? Rexer and Kev Gret are going to buy the server.
How is that? Well, I mean, if they
Yeah.
buy the server,
We
keep
hit
it up, there you go.
replay or PK.
And they're gonna set it
What
up
do I
in
do?
Rexer's house.
Replay. Penalty kick means PK. We don't know
Oh,
how to do penalty.
penalty kick.
Play another
Okay.
round.
Those
Continue,
two, I would
Carlo.
not be surprised if they
Continue,
did.
Carlo,
Carlo.
continue.
Continue.
Is he still there?
Somebody at least scores.
Order up.
Order up.
Rexer's going to
Carlo
own
go?
iArcade, and it's
Oh,
only
leave.
he's going to erase all our games, and we're only going to have Donkey Kong.
Well,
If,
it's
I mean,
janky.
if we
Oh,
released that
yeah.
Toe Jam and Earl Gold Edition that we had shown off at CES, maybe we would have bought one because that's the one he liked a lot. I remember at CES.
I really like that one. I'm not like a huge fan of
Yeah, that
Toe
looked
Jam
really
and
good,
Earl, the
nice.
actual game. I'm
those
still
were
trying to
awesome.
like figure out what I'm doing. But when I saw the cabinet in person when I was over at iArcade, it was one of the nicest looking ones.
It's the Nickelodeon cab is what I always called that one because it has that bright orange trim and everything on it too, and it's so bright and colorful with the cartoons for Toe Jam. Just always
Like that
remind me of
one.
That was
Nickelodeon.
very
We like the
beautiful
Rising
artwork.
Hell cabinet was really nice.
Rising
See, I-
Hell
Yeah.
is awesome.
I wish more people had the Mayhem Brawler cab because that was my favorite cab, and that's the only
Yeah.
cab in existence that I didn't have at the office. Actually, that we didn't have a pre-production print for me.
Yeah, I didn't see that one in person. I saw a picture of that one.
Yeah, that
They
was
did a nice job
beautiful
on that.
artwork.
They made it look like a comic strip.
Oh, if that was a gold edition version of that, oh,
No, they only
Originally,
had
there
the,
was a
the
plan
Gen
for a
1
gold
on
edition
that.
of that. Yeah.
There's somebody in Illinois trying to sell a Mutant League football cab on Facebook.
Oh, there you go.
Oh! So close. So close. I thought he was going to score for sure. He didn't score. It's a miracle.
Ooh, Cuddles is saying he almost ordered the Sydney Hunter cab. That actually is my favorite cab to date.
That's a beautiful
was
cab,
the Sydney
too.
Hunter
same.
cab.
Mhm.
It's not even like necessarily my favorite game. Like it's a good game. It's just not my favorite game. But like the cab itself was probably my favorite style of cab.
Evercade just announced the whole Sydney Hunter cartridge coming to their platform, and people were really excited about that.
Yeah,
They
it's
have
a
all
good,
the games on one cart.
It's a good game.
We'll play the first person to score.
Yeah, didn't they have some weird license with Capcom where the Capcom titles could only be downloaded and not on the
Yeah.
cartridge?
I have it on the Evercade EXP.
It's always
Continue.
the
We
fun
need to
things of
score here.
licensing, the fun caveats that you get.
All the games are built in, but for me, the screen is just way too small to try to play a shoot 'em up and
Yeah,
concentrate
that's
on
fair.
everything that's going on.
Yeah.
All right, Papa Brad. If this is still 0-0 by the end, it's penalty kicked to decide.
Okay. That's fair.
Because this is game 3, so this will be for all the marbles if whoever's the winner.
Whoever wins, whoever gets the next point.
Oh, man, that
yeah,
was
you got 2 shots on goal right there.
a goal. Saved your butt.
As of like next holiday season, I'll have 3 Evercades. I have the original Evercade VS. I have the Evercade EXP, the ones that all got stolen, the limited ones, black ones, and then now I got the very limited Duke Nukem Evercade VS.
Did Evercade make a full-size machine at one point, or am I going crazy?
We heard speculations, like someone kept
that
saying
what
that
it
they were going to do one.
Okay.
But I haven't seen anything.
Maybe I
about
saw like a rumor and somebody like photoshopped a picture or something. That's what I saw. Because I swear at one point in my time, like in my life, I saw an Evercade machine. And that's
it would be awesome if they did. You just put your cartridges in. Like, put a couple of cartridges in it.
Oh, Papa Brad.
There's a couple ways you
Papa
can do
Brad,
it.
you beat the computer? I thought you were actually playing somebody. I went to like get a drink and I come back. It said press start.
Oh, so
Oh,
Brad,
okay.
Carl's disconnected from you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
I
said it
didn't
was
know.
laggy. He said it was
Oh,
laggy.
okay.
That's why he backed out. But the game wasn't over. The 55 seconds.
So what are we doing here?
Let's
Did you just
roll.
like
Let's
beat
do
the
another
computer?
game. Yeah, I just got the first.
All right, let him jump back in.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
Michael, if you have to leave at any time, don't worry about it. You know, you could
You
just
got me for 2 minutes. It's almost midnight.
say
here.
goodbye and back out.
I'm surprised Nick's is still awake here.
Yeah, well,
Let's
yeah.
go.
I had coffee. I'm on vacation
Thanks so
now,
much
too.
for surprising us and popping in.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was such
Hugely
a treat. That
appreciate
was
it.
a surprise.
Great.
Nice.
I was gonna pop in earlier, but I've been doing all that stuff trying to get the game online right now, which I need to double check again. That's what I'm gonna do after
Yeah,
this.
that was also a nice surprise too.
Yeah, I'll start checking for that as of tomorrow. I'll check.
Oh, I can't
daily
wait
and
to
see if it
wait.
pops up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it on the store. Heavy metal
It
Titan.
should be there right after I get to it tonight, in like an hour-ish probably.
We'll check for it.
But we'll see.
We'll
I
be
can
up.
make no promises on that, but likely that's it. I'll make a post on Facebook in the community group too.
Maybe I'll stay awake a little longer for that. We'll see. Well, it'll be awesome just to wake up to that. That'd be awesome.
Well, the good news is
Bro.
tomorrow night I'm starting the heated barrel race to the finish at 10, so, or not 10, 9, so 9 p.m.
So if you get Glenn's deck and then you ever decide to switch in with his Akari Warrior stick, play heated barrel with that. Oh, that's how that game is meant to be played.
Yeah, that Akari Warriors
That's gonna be awesome.
stick looks great. The only issue is where am I going to put it as in relation to if my arcade stays on the stand? You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. But I want that because I think it'd be fun to play Akari Warriors with it.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait. All right, so who? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Who's playing with Brad now?
Sacro.
Sacro. Okay, so Sacro is Team Italy, and
That'd be good.
Papa Brad is Team France.
Bad. He's already pulling off advanced kicks.
Yeah, remember, it's like hockey. You got to pass, shoot. All that stuff. Passing is key.
I thought you were talking about smoking for a minute. Pass.
Wow. Oh boy. Look,
Well, when I was
he
playing,
Sacro knows what he's doing.
what was it Heavy Smash the other week? Was that
Yeah.
was it the game? Yeah, it played like hockey. You just had to keep
Secret
passing, and then you deke out that goaltender.
Whoa.
I will say I was shocked. Hit the ice, never hit the iRcade. But
Oh,
that's
yeah,
it.
see,
Again,
that was a
goal.
beautiful goal.
oh, that
That's
was
a
nice.
bicycle
He's
kick.
got the skills to pay
Nice.
the bills.
It's because hockey games have a lot of
Replay.
licensing issues
Look at
usually.
that.
That's why.
Even hit the
Yeah.
ice when it doesn't have
Yeah,
any real
it's-
players.
It's crazy the things that you learn sometimes when you're going after these games. You're like, I would have never even looked into this honestly. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Gotta
it's
get
always one thing or
creative.
another, and you're just like,
Yeah.
okay, I guess so.
Okay,
Whoa,
that's
boy, he's
cool.
got
I
the
thought that
strategy.
game would have been one of the easiest ones, but hey, I guess I'm wrong. You know, you
Yeah,
learn.
Whoa.
You have to
yeah,
make
it
those
always shocks me
right.
too. The games that you're like,
Whoa.
this should be
That was
easy to
4%.
license, right? Like, why not? So you go after it, and then you find out like why it hasn't been on any other systems is because of different things.
Well, we found out that old Grandpa McKinley actually designed the hockey player, and he gets a cut, and so it's because of that. Right?
So is Brad losing now?
Yes, he's
Yeah,
down
I'm
2
losing
goals. He's
bad.
got to get upfield here and do some match.
Sacro's a master.
And the
at
ref
this
was
game.
standing right there. No,
I am
no
playing
yellow
a
card.
master.
That was like
He's
a
got the
shoulder check.
skills. Look at that.
Wow, that was nice. Rcade EXP, the ones that all got
Yep.
stolen,
Mhm.
the limited ones, black ones, and then now I got the very limited Duke Nukem Rcade VS.
Did Evercade make a full size machine at one point, or am I going crazy?
We heard speculations, like someone kept
that what
saying
it
that they
was?
were going to do one,
Oh,
but I haven't seen anything.
Maybe I
about
saw like a rumor and somebody like photoshopped a picture or something. That's what I saw. Because I swear at one point in my time, like in my life, I saw an Evercade machine, and that's
that. It
why I
would
thought
be
they were
awesome if
making
they did. You just put your cartridges in,
Yay!
like put a couple of cartridges in it.
Oh, Papa Brad.
Well, there's a couple ways you
Papa
can do
Brad,
it.
you beat the computer? I thought you were actually playing somebody. I went to like get a drink and I come back. It said press start.
Oh, so
Oh, okay.
Brad, Carl's disconnected from you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
I
said it
didn't
was
know.
laggy. He said it was
Oh,
laggy.
okay.
That's why he backed out. But the game wasn't over. The 55 seconds.
So what are we doing here?
Let's
Did you just
roll.
like
Let's
beat
do
the
another
computer?
game. Yeah, I just got the first.
All right, let him jump back in.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
Michael, if you have to leave at any time, don't worry about it. You know, you could
You
just
got me for 2 minutes. It's almost midnight.
say
here.
goodbye and back out.
I'm surprised Nick's is still awake here.
Yeah, well,
Let's
yeah.
go.
I had coffee. I'm on
Well,
vacation
thanks so
now,
much
too.
for surprising us and popping in.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was such
Usually
a treat. That
appreciate
was
it.
a surprise.
Great.
Nice.
I was gonna pop in earlier, but I've been doing all that stuff trying to get the game online right now, which I need to double check again. That's what I'm gonna do after
Yeah,
this.
that was also a nice surprise too.
Yeah, I'll start checking for that as of tomorrow. I'll check.
Oh, I can't
daily
wait
and
to
see if it
wait.
pops up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it on the store. Heavy metal
It
Titan.
should be there right after I get to it tonight, in like an hour-ish probably.
We'll check for it.
But we'll see.
We'll be
I can
up.
make no promises on that, but likely that's it. I'll make a post on Facebook in the community group too.
Maybe I'll stay awake a little longer for that. We'll see. But that'll be awesome. Just wake up to that. That'd be awesome.
Well, the good news is
Bro.
tomorrow night I'm starting the heated barrel race to the finish at 10, so, or not 10, 9, so 9 p.m.
So if you get Glenn's deck and then you ever decide to switch in with his Akari Warrior stick, play heated barrel with that. Oh, that's how that game is meant to be played.
Yeah, that Akari Warriors
That's gonna be awesome.
stick looks great. The only issue is where am I going to put it as in relation to if my arcade stays on the stand? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll have to figure that out. But I want that because I think it'd be fun to play Akari Warriors with it.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait. All right. So who? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Who's playing with Brad now?
Sacro.
Sacro. Okay, so Sacro is Team Italy, and
That'd be good.
Papa Brad is Team France.
That is already pulling off advanced kicks.
Yeah, remember, it's like hockey. You got to pass, shoot. All that stuff. Passing is key.
I thought you were talking about smoking for a minute. Pass.
Wow. Oh boy! Look,
Well, when I
he
was
does-
playing,
Sacro knows what he's doing.
what was it, Heavy Smash the other week? Was that
Yeah.
was it the game? Yeah, it played like hockey. You just had to keep
Secret
passing, and then you deke out that goaltender.
Whoa.
I will say I was shocked.
That's
Hit the ice, never hit the iiRcade. But
Oh
that's
yeah,
it.
see,
Again,
that was a
goal.
beautiful goal.
oh, that
Look
was
at
nice.
that.
Bicycle
He's
pick.
got the skills to pay
Nice.
the bills.
It's because hockey games have a lot of
Replay.
licensing issues
Look at
usually.
that.
That's why.
Even hit the ice when it doesn't have any real players.
It's crazy the things that you learn sometimes when you're going after these games. You're like, I would have never even looked into this, honestly. But yeah, it's
get
always one thing or
creative.
another, and you're just like,
Yeah.
okay, I guess so.
Okay,
Whoa,
that's
boy, he's
cool.
got
I
the
thought that
strategy.
game would have been one of the easiest ones, but hey, I guess I'm wrong. You
Yeah,
learn.
You have to make
it
listeners
always shocks me
right.
too. The games that you're like,
Whoa.
this should be
Another
easy to
point for
license, right? Like, why not? So you go after it, and then you find out like why it hasn't been on any other systems is because of different things.
Well, we found out that old Grandpa McKinley actually designed the hockey player, and he gets a cut, and so it's because of that. Right?
So is
Something
Brad
small.
losing now?
Yes, he's
Yeah,
down
I'm
2
losing
goals. He's
bad.
got to get upfield here and do some match.
Sacro's a master.
And the
at
ref
this
was
game.
standing right there. No,
I am
no
playing
yellow
a
card.
master.
That was like
He's
a
got the
shoulder
skills.
check.
Look at that.
Wow, that was nice.
Look at those fancy kicks he's doing.
And that's the nice thing about this game is as soon as you score a goal, it does a nice replay. I like that. Slow motion replay.
Foul.
Oh, finally a
Ooh.
foul was called.
Finally
Like,
a
yeah, he's
foul.
been playing dirty all game. Oh,
Free
man, here we
kick.
go.
Yeah, I fell in love in this one when I had an MVS
Oh,
sack.
oh,
The
he
guy
choked.
kicks it out.
He choked. Oh.
Oh,
That
Looks
was
like
a
Carl's taking
surefire
this
goal.
one. Is that
Yeah.
it for the game after that
Sacro's taking
timer
it.
runs
Well,
out?
he's got to score 2 goals in 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not
Right,
gonna
that's-
happen.
well, you never know,
This
but
is rough.
I
Yeah,
doubt
Yeah,
it.
that's
well,
not gonna happen.
he's running out of
It's not
time.
gonna
He's got to
happen.
score quickly and then get the ball back. He's got to get possession. Got to get upfield.
Have you guys played Big
Nice.
Striker as well?
Is that the basketball? No,
It's,
no,
that's
that's
the
the
other
soccer.
sorry,
game.
it's soccer as well.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. I got this one because it had online.
Whoa.
I think Goal 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 is better, but Big Striker is more popular, I would say. But Evolution Soccer is still my favorite soccer on the system.
Injury time.
Yeah, who's injured? Wait.
Well, the foul.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that happened. Yeah.
Good
That's
game,
it, huh?
Sacro. That's it.
Sacro
game.
takes
Sacro
it.
for the win.
Wow.
In the community. Good game, Sacro.
Sacro,
As
this
we
is for
bring
you.
the wheel back in. Let's spin this
Uh-oh.
again.
All right. Well, I'll head out at this time then.
All right, Michael. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Michael.
Thanks, guys. Have fun playing.
We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Good luck, Michael.
Oh boy, it's moving quick. It may get to my name. What's the game?
Blow on it.
It's volleyball.
I have volleyball. I've just never played it before. So hey, if
Oh, it's
anybody
fun.
wants to play a
I
newbie,
played this game on Nintendo.
Looks like it's going to be
and it's fun.
U.S. Championship
So this has
volleyball
gotta be better 'cause
against
arcade
Steps Gaming.
all right,
It's got to be better.
all right.
But it's a
I
good
gotta-
volleyball game.
What do I gotta do? I gotta hit settings, and I gotta get.
Hey, Sean's in the chat, guys. Woo!
All
Hey,
right.
John. Good to see you.
Is anything coming up?
We're still here enjoying online play.
For now.
There's nothing coming up. Nothing's coming up. Give me a minute.
Yeah, take your time.
I got the wrong HDMI plugged in. All I have to do is switch it. I got an HDMI hanging right out of the back of that cabinet. So
Steps will have the right HDMI plugged in tomorrow night when we go. What are we going, like all Western? We're gonna
yeah,
be-
it's a West. Let's see, Wild West night. We're gonna do a race to the finish in heated barrel on Steps Gaming between the four of us, basically.
I'll
I
be
guess
there
I'll-
for that.
Hey!
Yeah, it'll start at 9 o'clock Eastern.
Woo.
Eastern time.
Yes, I'll be awake.
Am I showing now? I am. All
Yeah.
right.
Yes, you are.
Bring steps up.
So
Bring her up.
I gotta go down. Well, I probably should just go to sports. There's gonna be too many.
And
games
some
there.
Yeah,
volume.
just go to sports. So yeah, she'll have that tonight. I'll be playing in the heated barrel race to the finish. So what are we're going to be playing like co-op, and we can see who gets to it first. We have West Side Ryan already waiting
Alright,
in there.
I will play West Side Ryan.
Yeah, like I said,
This is
game-
a good one.
This is a good one. I played this on Nintendo. My first time ever playing this game. So the arcade game's got to be better. Like Nintendo graphics are Nintendo graphics. But the gameplay was amazing.
Yeah, I have both goal, and U.S. Championship volleyball on the iRcade, but I picked them up on the iRcade exclusively to play against you people. This one's a lot of fun, even offline.
Yeah, like you get to play double dragon characters too. Yeah, I remember this. Then you travel across America.
I hear the person to beat in this one is Kevgret.
Kevgret loves this game. Kevgret's good too. He beat me online.
I'm still learning it. I really love squash.
No, it's easy to learn, but for me, I would have to get used to the timing. Yeah.
I didn't realize I was the first player until just a minute ago because I thought I was second because I joined in.
So what you do is when you go up for a spike, you have to like hammer the button quickly to charge up your spike.
Which button, A?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, all right. I think
certain players that you pick can do it better than other characters. I remember from the Nintendo version.
Oh man, I whiffed that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You had the time. Yeah, the timing's got to be.
All right.
You got to time it.
Well, I guess I made use of this purchase now. You know.
So then now jump and then.
Oh.
Sometimes you can't do the spike; you just have to hit it again. Like you have to judge if you can actually go up. You got to hit that ball high for a spike.
It kind of reminds me of like squash. It kind of shows you where the ball's going to land. You just got to get your player over there and do the right thing real quick.
Who's watching the ball? I'm watching the girl in the bikini in the middle.
What? I didn't tell him to jump. Okay. Interesting. Hey, I got it over the net. Yay, happy day.
Oh, you got spiked.
Yep, sure did. I told y'all, whoever gets the playmate is going to be in luck. I keep trying that jump and spike. It just ain't working for me.
Hey, T. McCloskey, welcome to the chat. Arcade Talk and Star Wars Review.
Oh, come on. I got to play there.
There you go. You got it, Steps. You got it, Steps.
It got better. I think that's got to be the end of it, right?
Yeah. Well, do another game. You're gonna do better than because
Alright.
you were getting used to the timing. Absolutely.
Alright, we'll go again. Daytona Beach.
But yeah, it's like you have to be quick. As soon as you can get control of the other character, you got to move to the spot, and jump up, and get that spike. Yeah.
Hey!
Same with defending too. Like you have to be quick and get there and time the button to dive. What's going on?
It's cool because it's from Technos Japan, and don't the characters kind of look like the Double Dragon characters?
What?
Mm-hmm.
What's player 2 doing?
Am I player 2 now? That's
Oh,
what
you're
happened.
player
I was player 1 before. Now I'm player 2. This is confusing. I thought I was player 1. That's so
Are
weird.
you still playing online?
Yeah, I think so. I never left.
We don't know if your opponent left.
It didn't say. Doesn't it normally say?
Nice.
This is picking it up now.
There you go. There you go.
Wait, it just gave the other side a point.
Yeah, why didn't you get a point?
Oh, because you have to get the serve back first. You have to get the serve back. Did you understand what I mean?
Well, no, I hit it over there. And
No, but you just earn the serve back, not a point.
Mm.
You can only score points when you have the serve.
Yeah, I think it's the rules of
I
volleyball.
think. Yeah, the rules of volleyball, I think.
I just missed that.
I think anyway.
Who knows that? I just thought the rule was to hit it over the net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Zhongshin made an amazing product. Championship V-Ball online right now.
This is only 2 buttons, right? B and A?
Yeah, I think it's just 2.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing. The guy was right there. Oh well, I tried. So I need to play this game some more. It seems like it could be fun.
So Steps has so far every panel member has been defeated tonight.
Oh boy.
As we bring the wheel back in.
Yep.
I'm gonna.
It's like watch everyone in the panel lose, but Nick is coming up, so Nick might be the one
We'll
to
see.
Got both wheels
Next.
spinning.
We'll see. I gotta download the game too. See what
He's
game
never
we're
played
talking
these games though, so
Looks like it's going
you
to
have
be
a chance.
Hoops 96.
about. All right, I'll start downloading it.
All right.
Oh, it's still
96
moving.
with Nick's.
Hoops
That rhymes.
96
With Nick's.
against Knicks.
Where's the Mies? There's the Mies.
Yep.
I'll get the audio to it too. I'll switch my audio over to it.
That means I will be playing next
Bang Bead.
in Bang Bead.
Bang
as I
bead.
knock my headphones
And I bought
out
it.
of my
I just
mic.
bought Bang Beat. I didn't even need
Bang
to
Beat.
buy it. But hey.
Yeah, but
I
you'll
don't
like
know
it
the game.
anyway. All right, so let's get Knicks all set here. This is a good one. Hoops 96.
My family says the wheel spin music cracks me up.
I think we're waiting on Knicks to actually install the game.
He has
in
3
his iRcade.
favorites. Wait.
Unacceptable Fringe says better to try and fail than to have never tried at all.
Yeah. I talked about that in my video today. I was like, I gotta give him prompts because he actually followed through on a dream that he wanted to, the dream that he wanted to follow through on. A lot of people never do,
Absolutely.
and a lot of people never do that.
Yeah, correct. Most
Yeah.
people will not take the risk.
Yeah. He dreamed big, you know?
All right, looks like we got the game installing now on Knicks' console. It's already installed.
Yeah, my arcades are not going anywhere in my arcade. I plan on keeping in my arcade forever. They're great.
So who's going to step up to the challenge to play Knicks in Hoops 96? Obviously, he's never played it before.
Brother
Got
Bill.
Brother Bill.
Brother Bill's gonna bring it. This is gonna be a good match.
So also 2 buttons, shoot and pass. I think it does give you a little like lesson how to play in the beginning.
I was still confused why I was player 1 on the first time and player 2 on the second one. Oh well.
Carlos says brother Bill with the slap down. SMK Alien says, Jong, you are the reason I got into home arcade. It's been a fun ride. Thank you. Arcade Talk and Star Wars reviews. Yo, Carlo. Yes, Biggie D. I own every single iRcade game.
Chose the to be on the same team with me, so it was both of us versus the computer. He messed that up.
This was a quarter muncher for sure.
I see.
I
So we'll
do
see
have
if
the
Brother
complete
Bill
collection.
joins back in.
Yeah. And then I'll switch the audio back to the game. Yeah.
And just think how amazing. Not only will I have every game on the iRcade, but I'll be able to flick a switch and then play a ton more games with Glenn's control panel. How cool is that going to be? And I'll still have all my iRcade games. I can't wait.
We need to like start a GoFundMe for all of us, and we'll just buy the server all together. How about that?
There you go.
I wish they could keep the server up so we could still play online and have a scoreboard, but a leaderboard. But I guess it is what it is, you know. Thank you so much, iRcade. You know, they made an excellent product.
Absolutely.
You know, they raised the bar for everyone else in the home arcade space. They raised the bar, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's a thing of beauty.
I'm glad I got a gold edition.
Still waiting on an opponent for next. If one of you wants to jump in,
yeah, first come, first serve.
I don't know what happened to Brother Bill.
Mestry Encoder says he's going to make an emulator for the server and a leaderboard.
That would be awesome to be able to keep
That
the
would be
leaderboards
really cool.
alive.
Yeah.
That would mean a lot to the community, the people that still have machines.
Who knows how to play this basketball game?
Well, I'm assuming it. Plays
Brother
like,
Bill's back. Brother Bill's back.
I'm assuming it plays like NBA Jam. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it does too. So whatever you did last time, don't do it again this time. Now it's saying you're player one.
Yeah. Biggie D is a new owner of iRcade. I hope he gets the games he wants. Hope he can get the games that he wants on the machine.
Yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna get, because you know I don't have unlimited funds, but there's a few I'd still like to get. But I got 110 games, or 100, maybe more than 110 at this point.
Yeah,
I think I'm good.
a lot. That's about a third.
The only thing I was considering is maybe
I think there was
some
355
more ColecoVision
total
games, but that's about it. Everything else,
Yeah.
I think I'm good at.
I don't have Wizard of Walls or that shooter.
that one you should definitely get.
Hydroxia 2. I don't know that.
That's good.
Hydroxia too,
Hydroxia
yeah.
2 is really good.
It's pretty fun.
It's still saying computer for second player.
Is he pressing is he coining in and then pressing 2-player?
Sacro doesn't have Hoops 96. He has Street Hoops. I think Hoops 96 is the only one that's online, but I like Street Hoop better. I know it's like Hoops 96 is the sequel, but I think Street Hoop's better. But I do own Hoops 96. I don't own Street Hoop, but I play.
I think he might be playing
Where's
a computer.
Brother Bill?
Is he playing a computer?
I think so.
Oh, Street Hoops is online? Well, that's cool. Yeah, I like Street Hoops better. That's just me. Okay, so is this the computer? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Press start. Does somebody else need to get in there?
I can jump in there and play. I don't know how to play this game, but
Brother Bill
jump
says
in
it
and
wouldn't
play.
let him start for some reason.
All right, hold on. I'll see if I can get in. Menu.
All right, so have Nick's back out. You want to start it up, Steps?
I'm hitting
Carl O's in
online
there.
playing.
Can you switch it over to your
Oh yeah, go
screen?
to Carl O. Carl O's in there.
Yeah, does Carlo want to play him?
Yeah, go ahead. Link up with Carlo. And meanwhile, I'm gonna get Bang Beat all set here.
Yep, that's the next game.
No one's in there now. Well, I'm there unless Carlo's joining him. Carlo's joining him. Cool.
SJ Miola said he was going to get by another 3/4 cab, but decided to load up his iArcade instead. Brother Bill says, "Yeah, play Carlo. I was a bit scared to play the great Knicks." Yeah. Well, I don't think he's ever played this game. He had to load it on his machine, so he might have had a chance, but he picks up stuff so quick. I mean, it's like he's got a gift.
Biggie D, just get the games you want, man. It's now or never.
All right, so now it looks like they've established a game.
Okay, good.
It's like Carlo just took the lead.
Yep.
Two
Next
to
game.
two.
Yeah.
All right, which one's who's is Carl O the blue?
Yeah, Carl's player too.
Okay, Carlo taking it down, makes a shot, misses. Nick shoots from half court and makes it. So, wow.
Whoa, awesome.
Slam dunk. 5-6. Knicks is in the lead. It gets stolen by Carlo. Carlo comes down court, shoots a long range two, it and whiffs it, and now we're back to Knicks. Knicks is going for a
Oh, look at
dunk,
that.
and he's
Whoa,
stuffed.
got
He's
stuffed. Stuffed.
Taiwan wins. I didn't even know Taiwan had a basketball team. I thought they were part of China.
In this game, they do, apparently.
Yeah.
Gonna be best out of 3 since they're quick games. Same thing. The next one, whoever goes up against me in Bang Beat, best out of 3.
MJ Games and Movies. Thanks again, Jong. iArcade for life. Yep. iArcadians assemble.
Yeah, these are quick games, man.
This game's fast.
Knicks. 4-2 Knicks. Carlo shoots from long range 3, misses, goes back to Knicks. Knicks is going for the dunk.
You see that? He's charging it up.
Boom.
Boom. Look at
Oh,
that.
he
Took the
about
whole
breaks
thing.
the whole basketball goal.
Look at that.
That was sick.
That was sick.
Nice long range
Just catching up.
6-4. Knicks coming back.
Only a 2-point.
Easy layup.
Yep.
Long range 3. Misses.
Stone Ball, I think, is only 2-player. If you're like live, it doesn't
Yeah, it's
have
only
online.
local 2-player.
It's not going to matter soon anyway.
Those are,
'Cause we're not gonna have
damn,
online.
Knicks is up 10-4.
That's kind of a cool one because that's one that you're
Damn,
not.
hits the 3.
It's kind of like
Mhm.
hard to find
Yeah,
out
it's
anywhere.
pretty cool. But iArcade has so many good
Here
games.
comes Knicks. He's stuffed. Carlo. Oh, too late. He misses the shot because time runs out.
So is it tied now? All right, whoever takes this match wins.
Yeah.
Yep. For all
No, I mean we can get the idea what the game
the
looks like, but
marbles.
keep in mind it is not in this stretch aspect ratio.
Yeah, yeah.
All the courts look really cool.
They do look cool.
Totally
This is a
different.
cool, fun
You know, like the
basketball
street
game.
one here.
Knicks ties it up 2-2.
In Stoneball, you can play the computer or you can play 2-player live, right, Brooklyn? Organization has a question. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, you could play with a second person on the other,
Fine.
second control deck.
So the phase 2, you're going to be able to play iRcade games on your phone. I see Jong's in the chat. He's talking about the phase 2.
Yeah, it seems like that's what they showed today.
Yeah, because he showed like a phone device or something. Then he was playing Warrior Blade on it. That would have been amazing. I mean, that's thinking big. I mean, everyone has a phone. The user base for that would be massive.
9-7. Knicks is in the lead, or he wins. Dang.
That's it.
Close
Knicks
game.
takes it.
Close game. One wins by 1. That's all it takes, though. Congratulations, Knicks.
And we don't even have to spin the wheel.
You don't have to
it
spin the
anyway.
wheel.
Let's see who gets
Spin
picked.
it anyway, because I want to hear that music.
This is exciting.
Every time you play that music, you drink another beer.
Who's it gonna be?
Well done,
gonna be?
Carlo. Well
Who is
done,
it gonna
Carlo. That was awesome. That was great.
That was a close match.
That was
Carlo gave you a
entertaining. I
run
loved
for your money,
it. I
Knicks.
loved it. I loved it.
It is.
Good. It's good to watch.
Bang Bede up
And
against
Brooklyn
me,
Menace.
Brooklyn Menace. Let's get rid of this. Get me full screen. And,
Oh, you're welcome,
switch over
Carlo,
to sound.
man. Anytime.
We will be losing sound, so you won't be able to hear me on the mic. But if nobody joins in with me after about a minute or so, one of you can just pop on and play me. It's going to be the best out of 3 rounds, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I just kind of wish that that hoops game was longer. Those games seem like they go pretty fast.
Yeah, well, as an arcade, it was on the Neo Geo Big Red. They probably wanted to keep taking quarters and get people in and out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but fun nonetheless. It's fun. Absolutely.
I remember this is going a ways back, but I did a video on the original iRcade. I said the one thing it was missing was online. And then like maybe a week later or a couple days later, they dropped online as a feature. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah, sometimes it works good, sometimes it doesn't. But it's like that with anything. With it goes across the
Anything
internet.
online that's that
yeah,
way though.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
My arcade went up to do the same thing.
But for the most part, that game with Carlo was pretty good.
Yeah, it's almost like a fighting game. Is anybody playing him? There we go.
Oh, look at this game. So it's like it's like a Pong type S game.
Reminds me of Windjammers.
So the object is to collect all the stars.
Ooh, close.
Yeah.
Definitely looks like a harder version of Windjammer.
Mhm.
Yeah, I do hope songs start feeling better. It feels like it's been for a while.
What's on this player too?
Alright, go Brooklyn.
Dang.
And Brooklyn's player 2, he says. Brooklyn's player 2.
In a match now.
Go.
Take it easy, Gregory.
Take that, Greg.
Thanks for joining the show.
Like Gregory.
Oh, Brooklyn. Let that one go. But you had that one, Brooklyn. What's the score now? Did he lose or is it 1-2
How many does he have to win?
It's best out of 3, right?
Characters.
Oh yeah, Joe, we really appreciate everything you've done.
Ooh. Oh, there you go.
Because really, it's brought the community together, and we're having so much fun with this thing. It's great.
Yeah, Don Juan, rewind the stream at the beginning. We talk about all the games that we recommend. I would get like all the modern games for sure, because they're all great. And you know, we have a list of all of our favorites at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, it did. Like this year, this is a quality product. I don't know if you've ever seen one in person, especially the gold edition. It's a quality build far superior than our better quality wood, and instant controls. It's going to be great that you're going to be able to add, like we say, like retro high S add more games. Be able to switch back to one or two. That's going to be awesome.
I think Don Juan, if there's like 1 or 2 games you really want to play right now, you should pick them up, man.
Yeah.
But I would, you know, if you're questioning it, don't buy a ton of games. Just buy 1 or 2 that you want to play right now and enjoy them. The good news is they're not very expensive.
I
Unless
know
you're
mystery.
talking-
I know mystery encoder. You're saying it without saying it. I know. I know. You're muted.
Yeah, I
Gus.
know. I'm
You're
still
beautiful.
I'm
You're
still
good.
switching back
Sweet.
over to my mic.
You are golden.
I actually
Golden
won,
goose.
so Nix and I were both successful.
Champions. There you go.
That was a back and forth there in Bang Bead.
There you go.
I didn't launch one special ability that whole time.
Yeah,
In
you're
Bang
really
Bead,
good.
like when you try to that's part of the thing is like not just trying to like protect your crystals, because every single time if like it gets past you, you kind of lose your power up.
Don Juan is asking for a list of best shooters from Toplin. Batsugan. Obviously, there's more, but Batsugan is a must. It's a special edition on iArcade. It's only like $7, and if you buy it right now, like for Switch, it's a Saturn port. It's not any good. It has 6 frames of lag. So the iArcade special version, the arcade, is good.
Hey. We can't let that chat slide. Go back up to mystery encoder.
Truxton
Go back
2.
up there. What do you say? Get up there. Where's my meese?
You want a more classic one? Tiger
Which
Heli's
one?
great.
Let's go right here, right
Really?
here, right here. He says, I'll put it this way: people will be able to, if they choose, to share their libraries with others in the future. What he's going to be doing with the iArcade.
I told you it's going to
The
turn
stuff
into
he's
the
working
Wild
on.
West.
Yeah.
So there you
Who
go.
knows
We're
what's
not going to
gonna
let that
happen.
one slide. He's leaking some tidbits here.
Yeah,
Tiger Heli is great.
It's all
for a
good. I'm
classic
just
shmup.
saying, like for right now, if you want to buy 1 or 2 games, and somebody's like, "I just want to play some games right now," and
Yeah.
you're talking, and he specifically asked Toplin, I'm saying Batsugan would be my number 1 choice.
Truxton 2.
Absolutely. Like I always said, Wizard of Walls. Gotta get that. One of the best games.
It's
Oh,
going to
yeah,
be interesting moving
Galacticon
forward
and,
from here. We'll
Absolutely,
still be
Brooklyn.
here every week,
Yep.
speculating still now on like what's going to happen next with the iArcade. It's definitely going to be a fun journey from this point on.
Yep.
And we hope everybody will continue to join us here every Friday night for the Friday Night Arcade Show. We will be back again next week. And I don't know if the online is still working, we will do week 3 of the summer games. If not, maybe like I was hoping we can have a golf tournament or play some bash bowling. But we'll see. Only time's gonna tell.
Yep.
But until
Spin
then,
the
thank you
wheel.
so
Maybe that'll be
much.
the answer.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
everyone
magic
that
wheel will
joined in
tell us.
tonight.
Thank you.
We had lots of surprise guests pop in tonight. Interesting
A big show.
discussions.
Oh man, it's been fun.
3-hour
Steps will be
extravaganza.
live tomorrow night playing some games. I'll be over there for a bit before I jump into VR.
9 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna do Heated
Yeah,
Barrel.
come
Race
join us,
Weekend.
guys.
Until
Had a
then,
lot of
we'll
fun
see
tomorrow.
you again right here next Friday on the
Thanks
Friday
for joining
Night
us,
Arcade
everybody.
Show.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks again.
Huge thank you to everyone that was in the chat. Omega Fourth, thank you for watching. Goofyfoot, thank you for watching. Bobby Gonzalez, thank you. Mikey Yoon, such a good guy. Appreciate you, buddy. Chit for Brains, thank you for watching. Squash Bug Games, check out Heavy Metal Titans, it's awesome. Chaotic BPR, thank you for watching. T. McCloskey, Thomas B, Tony C, Jeff Rainwater, of course. JN, Thomas B, Don Juan, thank you so much. This has been Papa Brad, reminding you to always be legit. Thank you to Kevbred, the Rexer Show. Michael Svabek on the show. Thank you. Shout out to CT Jason, Mr. Home Arcade, one of the best content creators on YouTube. Sure to stop by and check out Mr. Home Arcade, his amazing He-Man content. Very funny. Shout out to Steps Gaming. Herb Wars. Of course, Nick's Reviews on YouTube. Make sure you subscribed. He has an awesome playthrough of Heavy Metal Titans. Goofyfoot says, peace to all the dads. For sure. Thanks to Glenn's Retro Show. B-Dubs is legit. The iiRcadians will return. We're not going anywhere. We are the unofficial show of the iiRcade. Thank you to the two cool mics. Combs are us. Goofy Foot. Shout out to real old school arcade gamers. Shout out to Ichabod Crane, Mitchell Oblivion. Tim's Tiny Arcades, always been a huge friend to the iiRcade and iiRcadians. Thanks to all the guests that have ever been on the iiRcadians and the Friday Night Arcade Show. Chaotic BPR. Thank you for watching. Everyone have a good Father's Day. Thank you, Don Juan. Take care. Peace.